Hello, very good morning and welcome along to the MODUS Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Week 5 begins in earnest here on the South Coast. And what a week we've got for you as well. A real cosmopolitan field full of World Championship international qualifiers. We'll get into that in just a second. We're going to get tucked into the action in the company of Matthew Edgar. Matt, great to have you back with us up here on this Monday morning. And we were stood up here on Saturday night watching Cam Crabtree in action as he picked up the Week 4 title. And he is a player with a lot of reputation this year and a player who probably felt like he was overdue a weekly title. And boy, did he deliver on Saturday night.
Reputation that's building as well for Crabtree. Every time we see him, he just comes back and is a little bit further along on his journey. It's like he's racing through the ranks and racing through the levels at the moment. And the standard of performance of Cam Crabtree on Saturday night improved and it got better and better. And he started to do it at moments when he really needed to. And he's doing that not just here, but in various tours around the world. When we look at that PDC Pro Tour, when he reached the quarterfinal of that, he beat some top players along the way, only losing out to Van Veen. I think Crabtree is not just a contender now when we talk about weekly titles, but when we talk about overall champions.
In terms of Cam, is he the epitome of the modern young darts player? The fact that he spoke a lot about how he's very analytical about the game. He'll go back, he'll assess averages, he'll assess double stats, he'll assess the games that he's played on stream. And did you think that his learnings from last time, watching that back, helped him on this particular occasion?
I think people can learn a lot from Cam Crabtree as well, because not only does he look at his own levels and his performances, he doesn't care about anybody else's. He's not going away judging other people, going, he's won this and he's done that, and looking at it the way we used to. Players like myself, when we was younger, we used to look up to players. No one does that anymore. There's no reputation anywhere outside of your own head. It's a great, great quality to have. The one thing that really stood out to me was before the semi-final, I walked past Cam and he says, enjoy. And I'm like, you're asking me to enjoy your performance. You're not worried about this. You want to put on a show. And boy, did he put on a show Saturday night.
Indeed he did, and we'll see him at Champions Week in the middle of February. Right, Week 5 is about to begin, and it really is an international field. We've got the first ever African player playing at the Super Series this week in Simon Adams. He's coming over representing South Africa at the World Championships in a couple of weeks' time. Ben Robb returns a year on from his last appearance. The Kiwi returns to Portsmouth. Jeffrey de Graaf, nowadays of Sweden, and Marco Kantele of Finland, the 4 players in the field as far as international representatives are concerned. Now, we saw Ben Robb here last year, Matt, and he came over with Raymond Smith. And if it wasn't for what Raymond did, Ben probably would have stolen the headlines. He's got this very good level of performance, hasn't he, Ben Robb, that is competitive in any environment, in any room.
Yeah, he's a very good player. And I think what we've got to look at really with Ben Robb is what he's doing back at home, what he's doing back in New Zealand. He dominates that circuit. And he's not just winning titles, he's winning most of the titles. He's got a win percentage like someone I've never seen before. When he comes over here, there's different factors that come involved. He comes over for the World Championship, not for the first time. He's been over here many times before. And he hasn't quite had the success at the World Championship, which might lead us to think, well, maybe he's not as good, but he's very, very good. He's a quality player. And I think if he was based over here, I think we'd have different conversations about Robb. I would be going exactly where you are, where it'd be a headline act.
So Ben Robb in action then. Let's see what the bookies think about proceedings. He's second favourite behind Steve West, who's on a quest to become the first ever player to make it through to 4 Champions Weeks here at the MODUS Super Series. And he's a man with a little bit of inspiration because he's due to play here this week and then has got that hip operation, that long-awaited hip operation next week.
And that'll be great for him. When you've been waiting for a treatment or for a surgery for so long, when it finally comes around, it feels like a relief. So really, really glad to see that get done for Steve West. I've known Steve West for many years, and I know he's been waiting for this for a long period of time. However, odds that today, Group A, 13 to 10, I don't like it. It is, yes, he's the most likely player to win the group, absolutely. If you asked me who's going to win the group, I'd say Steve West. But at that price, I wouldn't be interested. There's plenty of talent in this group. Based over 3 days, a lot of darts to be played. If this was a 2-day group, maybe. Over a 3-day group, I think that's short.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bet builders saying this morning. These are amalgamations of bets that have made it through the exchanges. Steve West, the match winner market against Jeffrey de Graaf at 4-9. And the player handicaps, Ben Robb going the other side of the coin against de Graaf at 13-8. And then over 1.5, 180s in the Kantele Wood game really irks me, I've got to be honest.
I don't like much of that, to be honest. I would be completely lay when we look at that and those odds. It's taken on Jeffrey de Graaf. We know Jeffrey de Graaf's been playing good stuff on the Nordic Baltic Tour. I think people are underestimating Jeffrey de Graaf, maybe based on the fact of the last sort of times we've seen him on our screens. But since then, he's relocated to Sweden. He's been having a lot of success on the dartboard. I wouldn't be writing off de Graaf.
Well, it'd be interesting to see how that takes place. It's 18+, begambleaware.org. Now, Simon Adams is going to make some history here at the MODUS Super Series today. He's going to be representing South Africa, the 28th different nation to partake in this competition since the inception of the Super Series format back in July 2022. He takes to the stage against Steve West, a man all too familiar to this particular tournament, having made it through to Champions Week in each of the 3 series that he's appeared here in Portsmouth. But for Simon, an opportunity to make history, not just for a country, but for a continent as well. And early on this morning, I caught up with him to gauge his thoughts ahead of a long-awaited Super Series debut. Simon, here we are. Welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Debut for yourself today. How much are you looking forward to it?
Man, it took me 44 years to get here, so I am very, very excited. And I'll make use of every opportunity that I get today, you know. So, yeah, it's awesome. I'm excited.
You make a little bit of history today, Simon. You're the first ever player from Africa to play at the Super Series, the first from South Africa to do so as a consequence. How much are you looking forward to representing not just a nation, but a continent?
I know I don't carry the whole world on my shoulders. I only carry Africa and South Africa on it. It is phenomenal, man. You know, we've been working on this for years, and suddenly it's the biggest stage in the world, and suddenly it's here. You know, and the opportunity that is created because of this. It's fantastic. I must catch my breath every time I think about it.
We've seen the fantastic work done, but we've seen obviously Devon Peterson be a leader in Africa in terms of obviously representative on the main stage. What in terms of the game back home, where is the game at in South Africa?
Look, the playing fields will never be leveled. It doesn't matter where you come from. And the standard of the game will not drop because the standard of the game is set by the players. So the standard of the game is not going to change because I'm from South Africa. But where the game is right now and what Devon is doing is he's responding to his upbringing, man. He grew up in the township of Mitchell's Plain. I call it a township because it's how we refer to it. And there's a community-centered approach. And it's almost like a built-in mechanism that when you made it, you expect it to come back and say, hey, guys, as I rise, I lived. And the standard is increasing. Well, if you look at the standard of darts, I won the qualifier on a 93 average. So we're getting there. We're getting there slowly. We're closing that gap.
Well, we're looking forward to watching you this morning. We love the smile that you've brought on your face, and we wish you all the very best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, the South African Simon Adams really has given us an infectious smile and really is embracing everything that the Super Series is all about. And talking about infectious personalities, Steve West is here at the MODUS Super Series. I'm sure he's going to give us some moments to really enjoy over the course of the next week or so. And already a wave on Monday morning. And talking about waves of hello, let's say good morning to our commentary team for today. It's Matthew Edgar alongside Chris Murphy.
Yeah, hello everybody, and welcome back, Steve West, to the Super Series. He's become a dab hand, hasn't he, at making it through to Champions Weeks, and goes in, understandably, as a favourite. A bit more of an unknown quantity in his opponent, Simon Adams, making his debut at the PDC World Championship later this month, and making his debut at the MODUS Super Series right now. The Saint ready as the landmark appearance gets underway. The first African player to appear in this event after coming through that qualifier in Cape Town to get to Ali Pali. And he did it with aplomb as well.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
An 8-0 win in his qualification match. He averaged 93.94. 56-year-old came through a 57-player qualifier to make it to
60.
The big tournament, and this, Matthew Edgar, could be perfect preparation for him.
Absolutely. We know he's got that date coming up at Alexandra Palace on Sunday, the 17th of December. He's going to be taking on Rapid Ricky Evans. A date he's been waiting for his whole life. He started playing darts at 11 years old. And I can guarantee you, when he was that 11-year-old, that 12-year-old child first picking up a dart, you always imagine what your first dart's going to be like on the telly. Well,
60.
Simon Adams, it was perfection. Taking on Steve West, a man who has been to the World Championship many times before. 10 times Steve West has played in the World Championship, 5 in the BDO, 5 in the PDC.
60.
But despite being nearly 10 years younger, he's got 10 years more experience on that big stage.
24.
Yeah, it's always a difficult week's work, isn't it? And West has kind of done it every which way at the Super Series. Not always dominant, but seems to find a way to come good in the end. Just hasn't managed to get that knack at Champions Week. But it's not the most straightforward field of players to get through, is it, this week?
82.
Not only in this group, but was particularly looking at that Group B when you and Henry were talking about it. And West is going to have a few mountains to move.
Oh, it's a very, very tough lineup this week, which is why I don't like those odds that are available on West to win this group. When you look at the talent that we've got here this week. Got Ben Robb coming up in our next game. Really excited to see how he gets on this week. I think he's one of those that may be a little bit underrated coming into Alexandra Palace.
81.
Well, Simon Adams looking quite accurate in the early part of this game. West yet to really warm up. The big part of his game is his grouping. So when you first start misses by that much,
91.
It can be difficult
Simon, you require
to
157.
make the adjustment. And Adams is in with a chance here of breaking. Yeah, 157 is a big ask, but so is 126. Wants to get down below a ton, minimum requirement. And he's going to do that.
85.
Could have nearly been the perfect
Steve, you
setup
require
there, nearly leaving himself on the
126.
double 16. But West will start down on the 19s here. Double 19 for a shot at the ball, but they're very wayward.
46.
And just what we were
Simon,
saying
you
then, it's that
require
first start being
72.
so far off. He's got nothing to work off, Steve West, yet. Yet to thaw out. Needs a de-icer. Adams makes his choice. Another single 16 would leave him on tops. But he's missed a big number. And Steve West might go
32.
tops here. Mentioned that
Steve, you
grouping.
require 80.
And that was the plan. It's a quite safe one. But that, again,
21.
oh, wow. Wow. Well,
Simon, you require
West very
40.
wobbly at the start of today.
He could lose his throw. 3 darts in hand here for Simon Adams. Not been a bad leg. And he wrap it up.
Game shot on the first leg. Simon Adams.
Oh, that's Simon Adams as a celebration one to watch out for. Not seen that particular routine
Second
before.
leg, it's
Steve
Simon
West
to throw
actually behind
first.
it was
Game
blowing
on.
into his hands. He looks like he's been caught cold. Even the shirt as well of Steve West seems to have frosted over.
40.
The thing is, when you are a player like Steve West who's waiting on surgery, these early morning games may be a bit of an issue. Just to sort of, like say, warm into the
100.
task. And if the hands are a bit cold as well, that means the hand's not going to open quickly enough on release. So the dart will just sort of flop out the hand a little bit. And I think that's what we're seeing, especially with some of the angles of entry there in the darts hitting the board for Steve West. I expect as the day goes on, he's certainly going to
45.
warm up to the task.
Yeah, the pace won't suit West either. The Adams is just
95.
necessarily throwing the darts, but he's takes his time in approaching the oche. Nothing wrong with that. He's waiting for Steve West to get out of the way before he throws them. You can see there, pretty solid throw. Do you see much wrong with that?
I was having a good watch of it earlier because I had a very privileged position. He was up
44.
having a throw on the stage and I was able to look from the side and I thought, right, let me critique this. Let me see what I can find. And my notepad was pretty much empty. Because every time I found an issue,
96.
he self-corrects the issue. So when he comes to set the dart, you'll see that he actually sets the dart with the point facing down. And I thought, here we go, is a problem. But when he moves it to the back set of that drawback, he's corrected the angle in the hand almost to a perfect angle. So he's self-correcting any issues that he's got
95.
within his throw.
Steve West, well, we've all got used to seeing this action from him.
45.
And often that expression as well from Steve West. When it's not working, he lets us all know about it. Also lets his opponent know about it as well.
95.
I can't take my eyes off the face of Simon Adams. He is absolutely loving this.
Yeah, he said he'd been waiting 44 years to play at the MODUS Super Series.
37.
I'm a little bit worried, though, that we might have a Jose de Souza sort of issue on the finishing, though, because when we take a look at the numbers, he said he started playing at 11 years old. He's been playing for 44 years, which would make him 55.
180.
Oh.
Steve, you require 128.
That is just, well, no problem with the numbers.
103. Simon, you require
May
2.
not have mattered anyway, but he's got no margin for error. He just wanted that 180, didn't he, on the big stage? He's been waiting 44 years for that. But it might make him look silly.
Like the little move to the right-hand side there. That should open up this
No
target.
score. Steve, you require 25.
Just what you tend to get with people that struggle with counting. They just hit as big a number as they can.
Now, he should use that, Steve West.
Game shot
he
on the
does.
second
That's
leg. Steve West.
The thing with West, if he's got markers, he can work off them. It's all square. Adams laughing away to himself still.
Third leg. It's Steve
Steve
to throw
West sharing
first.
in the joke.
Game on.
So that decision to leave double one with a 180 might have just come back to hurt Simon Adams. And now Steve West
140.
has found his range.
I think he's going to be a character this week, Simon Adams. Just missed 3 darts to take a 2-0 lead, and he finds it funny.
Got to enjoy what you do, Matt.
100.
Using a Simon Whitlock dart, the Saint.
He's paying tribute to some players here, isn't he? He's used a Simon Whitlock dart and an Alan
62.
Tabern nickname.
Yeah, and like Phil Taylor, it looks like he's been biting his flights as well.
To be fair, you've seen the price of some of these combos. They're like £5 a set, they are.
Look like they've been attacked by a dog.
95.
Good nibble on those, hasn't he?
Could you imagine if Paul Nicholson was here this week? That's one of his big pet hates, isn't it?
59.
What dogs?
You know what my favourite type of dog is?
Go on.
Hot dog.
Well, the mustard flights of
125.
Simon Adams, maybe that's why he's been nibbling away at them, but he's nibbling away at this leg. Oh, that's unlucky from West. He did use it.
135.
Just went the wrong side of the wire. But it could be the difference between winning and losing the leg. He's on a 3-darter. Adams could be on a 2-darter. Maybe even better after this.
This is where we get to get an indication.
100.
Moving away to the
Steve, you require
25 or the
105.
19 there would have worked out a lot better number-wise. But it's tops for West.
Perfect.
85.
Couldn't land it
Simon, you
alongside.
require
It went
81.
underneath. So Adams, as Matthew rightly said, 82, a slightly better shot. Could have been below 80 as well, which would have been a much better shot. But it's treble 19 to render the choice irrelevant. Now, it may be the bull. 12 segment to leave it. No thought of the treble. Back backs himself for the ball.
56.
And you can see why. Got close.
Steve, you require 20.
Very close. Took the paint off the wire.
Game shot
We
on the
expected
third
things to
leg.
warm
Steve
up for
West.
Steve West as the game went on, and that is the direction that Steve West is going. West is going north.
Fourth leg.
A
It's
reminder
Simon
of
to
the
throw
other players
first.
in this group. Ben
Game
Robb,
on.
the New Zealand ace, also heading to Ali Pali again. He's playing Jeffrey de Graaf next. And Marco Kantele up against Tony Wood. Got Africa, South Africa, New Zealand, Sweden
125.
and Finland in action in this group. Later on in the week, Irish eyes will be smiling as
125.
Conor Heenan and Shane McGurk both join Group B along with Wales's Mike Warburton. Group C features Kevin Dowling, Ryan Finesse, Hugh Wilson.
140.
Really looking forward to seeing Shane McGurk at the back end of this week. I was over in Ireland not too long ago, and he was playing absolutely brilliant. Won 2 out of the 3 tournaments, reached the
100.
quarter-final of the 3rd one, and regularly over the 90 average mark. I'm really excited to see him back here at the Super Series.
Coming with Heenan, of course, responsible for 2 of the 9 darts, the first 2 that were hit here at the Live Lounge. Steve West also on that roll of honour.
83.
When you look at the numbers at the start of the day, I thought if there's somewhere I'd worry about Simon Adams
45.
in this group, it'd be that
Simon, you
scoring
require
power, but
153.
that has not been a problem in this leg. Leaves himself a finish after 9 darts. And scoring Steve West, who is known for his power scoring, by 80 points here. Okay, my reservations appear to be correct.
Yeah, you can have too much of a good thing, Simon.
54.
Just loves that treble 20.
Simon,
Doesn't
you
care what it
require
leaves.
18.
This time it leaves double 9. Edging closer to it.
No score.
Well, Matthew Edgar correctly questioned the decision-making on leaving that. I wonder your thoughts on the decision-making on going for it with West not on a finish.
To be honest,
60.
I would have gone for it myself.
Simon, you require 18.
But that first dart just made me feel he threw safe at it, which if you're going to throw safe at it, don't. I mean, that's much more aggressive. That's more attacking. That's because the urgency there from Steve West. And the reason
10.
he was safe was because of that
Steve,
second
you
dart. He
require
didn't want to come inside
117.
and lose the opportunity.
It's going to get an opportunity and much
67.
more
Check 77.
straightforward double.
Simon, you require 8.
Double 4. That will split down nicely if he does go inside. But he's edging closer to it.
4.
But he keeps on missing
Steve,
now.
you require
Well, we worried
40.
about potential scoring power. It's a doubling that's deserted him in this leg.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
You
Steve
just know
West.
Steve West ain't going to miss tops. He's been hitting it when he doesn't need to hit it. Loves it up that area of the board. Doesn't seem
5th
to
leg.
be
It's Steve to throw first.
enjoying himself
Game
the
on.
same way Simon Adams is, but I'm guessing this early in the morning here for Steve West. And again, from a player's perspective, when you come
60.
into these early morning groups, you come in and you want to be game number 3. You want to be in that position that Marco Kantele and Tony Wood are, where you get that practice room with just 4 of you in there and get that little bit of
60.
extra time.
Adams part of a decent amount of South African players who have graced the big stage as West lands the big score. The likes of Devon Peterson, of course, the most successful winner of PDC titles, last 16 at the World Championship, that the best run. But also the likes of Charles Losber, Grant Sansom, Warwick Sheffer,
100.
Graham Philby, Charles Peterson as well. Seen some decent moments at the World Cup of Darts for South Africa. We've also seen some
42.
cruelly hilarious moments. Talk about miscounting. Evan Peterson thought he'd won a match when he miscounted, gave it the big celebration, only to be told he'd got the sums wrong, and then Wales stepped in and won the match.
100.
Sure, that's happened to one of our commentary partners as well, didn't it? Once the Isle of Man, Glenn Durrant, thought he won the
59.
trophy. Gave it the big licks, missed the double.
I did see quite a funny tweet. I won't say which player it was about, but I saw
125.
quite a funny tweet
Steve,
at the
require
weekend that said this
160.
one player did well and won, the other player unlucky with missed trebles.
100. Simon, you require 160.
Well, Simon needs to find a treble with one of his first 2 darts. Otherwise, the game could be up. He's found one. And he's chosen double 18. Oh,
shot on
that's
the
a
fifth
lovely
leg.
clean-up
Simon Adams.
from Simon Adams. That seems to be the celebration. So we need to find out what all that's about from Simon
Sixth
Adams.
flag. It's Simon to throw first. Game on.
That's noted for any further interviews. As Adams cleans up the 116, then does the whole looking for the darts routine in his hand.
85.
Almost like a
60.
reaction of disbelief that he's actually taken out the finish. It's quite a strange way to greet winning a leg. Maybe that's his thing. Do darts players? I mean, Brendan Dolan has it for the 180, doesn't he? The old helicopter. But I can't think of many dart players that have their own celebration for winning legs. No Alan Shearer style stuff, is there?
41.
No, not per leg. I mean, Gerwyn Price likes to roar around the stage, if that counts, but Johnny Clayton occasionally has a point to the camera, but it's not every leg.
41.
I look forward to seeing what yours is one day, Matt.
Yeah, I've got to win the leg first. That's the problem. I've got loads lined up.
Well, these are good. We might see a celebration at the end of this one. Well, again, West joining in the Adams party now. Enjoy it, Steve. It's a maximum man. So might this beat.
121.
And an unfortunate leave as well there for Simon Adams. Moves him to a bogey finish.
85.
But loads to work still to be done there for Steve West on 135. So big visit here for Simon Adams. Finds a treble. Moves him into 2-dart territory. He's not quite sure what 2-dart territory. Trying to figure that bit out. But he'll just work with the same MO of pile him treble 20s.
76.
And hit what's left.
Steve, you require 135.
Bullseye for starters for West. Now can't finish. So 83 for Adams.
95.
With
Simon, you
West
require
poised on his
83.
favourite double. Good start. 32 remaining. But not found.
67.
And that could be that. It's
Steve, you
been
require 40.
an eventful debut darting duel for Simon Adams. Plagued by missed doubles in the middle of the match. 14 of them in total. But it's
20.
West who misses crucial ones here.
Simon, you require
And the
16.
Adams dream debut is still on.
One more dart to save the match.
8. Steve,
Very
you require
close there
20.
from Simon Adams. A well-thrown dart, but it might be the last one he throws in his debut game here at the Super Series.
Well, it's been hard work for West. But it's a win
Shot. And
for
the match,
West,
Steve West.
who gets the better of Adams on debut, all the way from South Africa, but defeated by Steve West in his opening match. I think we'll get some fun and thrills from Simon Adams over the course of this week, but it's Steve West who had to really grind out a victory in that one. Average of 76. He will increase that throughout the day and week, no doubt, but Adams has 17 misstarts at double, causing him a big problem, and he goes down 4-2. Coming next, Ben Robb back in action. He takes on Jeffrey de Graaf.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Steve West got the better of Simon Adams by 4-2. Simon Adams with a very eventful debut at the Super Series of South Africa, providing us with plenty of thrills and some decent darts as well. West winning 4-2. But next up, it's a return of the big rig to the Super Series. Ben Robb, who was so impressive here before Christmas last year. 12 months on, he returns to the live lounge and he takes on Jeffrey de Graaf, who's here on debut at the Super Series. And it's a bit like the old saying, blue and green should never be seen, but they're both on the stage right now. And talking about not being seen, Chris Murphy is down in the commentary box alongside Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, not seen but heard, and Big Rig may make a big noise. He did last time he was here. Jeffrey de Graaf, the opponent, the Dutch-born Swede, ready to begin his maiden campaign at the MODUS Super Series. As Henry mentioned, Robb was here last year, the same week as Raymond Smith, and the pair of them were both battling it out for the title, really. Smith went on to win it and went on, of course, to win the whole shebang in Series 2. I think we've got a couple of players that are
first leg, it's
more
Ben
than
to throw
capable of
first. Game on.
contending at the top end of this table. Jack Garwood, the referee for the week. And I think this could be a game that sees us pick up the pace on Monday morning.
Absolutely, two players with plenty of pedigree. And for me, though, Ben Robb just stands out as one of those players
100.
that, if they was to be based in the UK, I think they'd be so much better, because we'd see so much more of them. And we look at that win percentage rate, 89%. I've not seen a seasonal win rate of 89% from any player before. That shows how dominant he is over in New Zealand. And he comes over to have another
100.
attack at Alexandra Palace, and you almost feel it's a matter of time before he gets a bit of a run going and just confirms that level of performance that he's putting in over in New Zealand.
100.
Both of these players heading to Ali Pali, so again, we've got a real warm-up routine, if you like. Such a good time to
57.
come here and just get ready for that tournament. But Jeffrey de Graaf needs it because he's played twice at Ali Pali and 4 times at Lakeside, and every single
100.
time he's been beaten in the first round. Including 2019, his last appearance, he lost to Noel Malikdem.
100. Ben, you
In
require
round one.
130.
Back after 5 years. Ben Robb back here after 1 year. A wayward one with his first attempt at that
42.
138,
Jeffrey, you
giving de
require
Graaf a go at the 144.
Was that 2019 Noel Malikdem the exact same
41.
year that Peter Wright would probably
Ben,
have
you
sweats
require
about if he
96.
was listening to this?
I
78.
think it was the year before, wasn't it?
Jeffrey, you require
2019
103.
calendar year, but 2020 World Championship. And Malikdem that year lost to the late Kyle
47.
Anderson in the
Ben, you require
second round.
18.
who's loved and missed by all in the darting world.
14. Jeffrey, you require 56.
A big rig not getting going on the outer ring. 4 misses in the opening leg. And now the first chance for Jeffrey. Should hit from there, surely.
36. Ben, you require 4.
You leave a dart like that, Matthew, you must think, I cannot miss. But he did miss.
And that's where you get a little bit
Shot on
of
the
early
first
frustration
leg,
as
Ben
well. And then
Robb.
your opponent steps up and takes it out. And that just builds and grows that frustration.
Second
Graaf
leg, it's Jeffrey
very
to
keen
throw
to
first.
get on with things there.
Game on.
There's a very slight delay between the legs here at the Super Series of roughly about 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's
58.
always happens, doesn't it, to at least one debutant.
$140.
As for Ben Robb, his previous Ali Pali appearances have also been first round losses. 2020 to Ron
59.
Muhlenkamp, who's played here. 2022 to Rusty Jake Rodriguez, who may be playing here next year. And 2023 to Mickey Mansell, who always seems to
100.
either hang on to or get hold of a tour card.
One thing that really stood out for me when I was
59.
studying the game of Ben Robb was that scoring power, that front 9, over a 97, which would be competitive with the top 100 players on the PDC Pro Tour.
91.
He's put that on show here. 9 darts leaving himself onto a finish. The 170, the big one.
140. Ben, you require 170.
I'm going to see a big rig, big fish just yet.
100.
He does leave it nice and handy. And is appearing to be the dominant force in this darts match.
60. Ben, you require 70.
Has to go the 17 route to leave the bullseye with Jeffrey de Graaf waiting on
34.
125. He'll also be looking at the bull.
Jeffrey, you
You
require
would assume there are other
125.
options. But it's treble 20 for tops. Not to be, so Robb gets the opportunity to
65.
break and double his lead.
Ben, you require 36. Game shot on the second leg.
And they're
Ben Robb.
confidence builders, confidence growers there, where you step up and you get the double with the first dart in hand to break the throw. You just
Third leg, it's Ben to throw first.
settle you
Game
in.
on.
You don't want to be having drama. You don't want to be going out with the last dart in hand and chasing it round the board.
96.
Marco Kantele and Tony Wood waiting in the wings. They'll be the
140.
last couple of players to appear in this group.
$78.
I think I'm right in saying that if you
$60.
take into account upcoming appearances, then Wood will be the only player in the group not to have been playing at the PDC World Championship at some point.
81.
Sure, that's something he would like to change over the years. The one thing we've learnt with this sport is that age is no
140.
barrier. I mean, just take a look at Simon Adams, who's just played our opening game here for the first time in his mid-50s.
140. Jeffrey, you require 161.
Oh, look at this. Not going to happen.
123. Ben, you require 106. $58. Jeffrey, you require 38.
Chooses to leave double 16 rather than going straight for double 19, and
Shot
it
on the third
works a
leg.
treat
Jeffrey
for Jeffrey
de Graaf.
Graaf to halve the gap with a break of throw. Talking about age being
Fourth leg, it's Jeffrey to throw first.
no
Game
barrier.
on.
Matthew, well, just a word in another sport to Ronnie O'Sullivan, who won the UK Championship last night and became
42.
the oldest player ever to win that tournament, and he also still holds the record as the youngest player ever to win that tournament. That's some career span, isn't it, O'Sullivan? Winning that event
43.
decades apart.
Well, you never really feel that you got much apart from your opponent
96.
in these games. Short format, only first to four. And as you mentioned, the Graaf half in it just by putting that one leg on the board where
140.
Ben Robb, if you get a little bit of a lead, you start feeling like you're getting close to the finishing line, but then your opponent can just creep up on you very, very quickly. It
96.
doesn't take too many throws or too many visits to flip a game here at the Super Series. With that, as a player, you can never really settle.
100. $45.
Looking like he might be about to cancel out, though, that little comeback from de Graaf. Robb has taken the darts in this leg.
60.
Remember, at one point, the UK Open adopted the format of best of 7 in the early rounds, and I don't remember a single player ever saying, "Oh, well, wonderful
140.
change of format."
Ben, you require 150.
Not one player at any level. Joy's playing really high competitive darts at this sort of format, but one thing I love doing is I love
Jeffrey, you
watching it.
require 82.
And agree with that. Oh, he was needing a 15, at least a single, to get a go at least the
34.
ball. And in
Ben,
missing
you require
it,
24.
he's allowed Robb 3 clear at double 12. That becomes 2 at double 6.
Game shot on the
And he
fourth
only
leg.
needs one.
Ben
Robb
Robb.
very much in charge of this one. I think what you say about formats, Matthew, is
Fifth leg,
you know,
it's Ben to throw
often
first.
the superior
on.
player will prefer the longer format because they feel they're more likely to
140.
win, but also the player that's the underdog perhaps will prefer it because they feel they've got longer to get into the match to come back if they do lose a few legs.
58.
Yeah, absolutely. And the format can change the whole feel of a game. Remember, one of the formats I used to really like watching was the World Masters, when they used to do
60.
sets, but the sets used to be best of 3 rather than best of 5. So it had that set play feel to it, but without the luxury of time. It was
100.
jeopardy, but with set play, which also causes jeopardy.
Just going back to that point on Ronnie O'Sullivan, by the way, our resident snooker
95.
expert who's presenting the show today tells me 30 years apart, those two victories. Age 17 when he was the youngest winner, and he won his 8th title, age
100.
47 yesterday. One of the sports, isn't it, like darts, where age really isn't a barrier.
42.
And then that brings up that debate of what is a peak age for a dart player, which I think is changing all the time. I used to say
57.
mid-30s, but
Ben, you require 164.
has been blown out of the water recently.
And now you're hoping for 40s, and then you'll be hoping for 50s.
100.
Well, Rob, thinking about when I'm 64 when he comes back.
100.
And he's given something
Ben,
to
you
think
require
about by
64.
Graaf, but this for the match.
Game shot. And the
And the
match,
match
Ben
is
Robb.
won by Big Rig, Ben Robb. In the end, a thumping 4-1 win. He eases past Jeffrey de Graaf in the pair's opening encounter today. Average of just under 83, 33% on the doubles, both players, but Robb just earned himself more opportunities in that game. He wins 4-1. Coming next, Marco Kantele against Tony Wood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We gave Ben Robb the big build-up in preparation for this tournament, and he gave us an opening performance just to lay down a bit of a marker. A 4-1 victory against Jeffrey de Graaf has got his campaign up and running. Coming up next then for us, it's the final game of the first round of fixtures. It sees the return of Tony Wood to the MODUS Super Series, the ADC star, the only player to hit a 9-dart to an ADC competition, up against Marco Kantele. His second appearance, the Finn, looking to finish on Saturday night ahead of an appearance at the PDC World Championships, which begins next Friday at the Alexandra Palace. So it's England against Finland in the company of Matthew Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Cheers, H. Game 3 about to get underway. And Marco Kantele back at the MODUS Super Series. The Flying Finn looking to win his opening match, 55 years of age. Participant previously at the PDC World Championship, as mentioned. In fact, the only one in this group not to have either been to or is heading to Ali Pali, Tony Wood, 56 from Gateshead in the northeast. Did hit a 9-darter in an ADC event. Keeps qualifying through ADC events in the northeast as well. And that is a good sign, isn't it? Because there are many, many top pedigree players from that part of the country.
My mind goes back just a few weeks ago to Robb Grundy, who came from that part of the country, came down here and was absolutely brilliant in winning a week here at the Super Series. I'm sure we'll be seeing him again very soon.
First leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
But 5 times before we've seen Marco Kantele at the World Championship, and that dates back to 2009. So been consistent over the years in qualification every couple of seasons. He's played once in the
140.
BDO, 4 times already in the PDC World Championship, and that's going to be extended this year. He's one of the players who has drawn the same player twice in the first round, John Henderson in 2018 and 21. And
81.
you sometimes think, how does that possibly happen? The odds of that must be incredible.
Yeah, lost 3-0 in his first one. Did get 2 sets in his second one 3 years ago. Ronnie Baxter and Willie O'Connor, the other opponents, in his Lakeside
58.
appearance. He actually won a game and then lost to Simon Whitlock. That was way back in 2005.
Well, they'll be hoping not to lose to Simon Whitlock darts today, because Simon Adams is playing with Simon Whitlock darts. So we'll be hoping to
100.
at least beat the tungsten, if not the thrower.
11 appearances at the World Cup of Darts as well. Marco Kantele.
59.
Whitlock actually reached the semi-finals of that Lakeside Championship in 2005. I think a lot of
28.
people forget that run because of his run to the final just 3 years later. And then very quickly a finalist at the PDC World Championship. I know he does tune in to the MODUS Super Series from time to time. Good morning if you're watching, Simon. Hope you're well and ready for a latest tilt at the Ali Pali yourself.
It's one thing I really like about darts, the branding that you can get into
94.
place. You see Tony Wood, a player who's only just starting to play here in terms of Super Series darts or television darts, but yet he's got the flights that match the shirt and the name, and one of the rare things about darts. And the equipment, though, of Kantele,
57.
very different in the fact they've got a very slim flight, something we don't see many players use these days. Can only really think of players now like Martin Thomas used it just a couple of weeks ago. And the idea of that is just to change the angle of entry, just to flatten things out a little bit.
100. Marco, you require 146.
Well, 98 left for Wood when he comes back, looking for a break in the opening leg.
45. Tony, you require 98.
Just kind of plodding down
58.
to the finish here,
Marco,
aren't
you
they, the pair
require
of them?
101.
No finish there for
53.
Kantele, which means
Tony, you require
Wood
40.
will get 3 darts to break the throw at the earliest opportunity. The first time, Marco isn't staring at the dartboard.
Tony Wood.
Don't like what he hears, though. Tony Wood breaks the throw at the earliest opportunity, and Kantele just stood at the back of the stage.
It's Tony to throw
whole
first.
leg, and he was just glaring over the shoulder at Tony Wood. Never took his eyes off the board.
Braced to collect the darts as well there, Tony Wood.
60.
I like the switch.
96.
I really like the switch there from Kantele because he threw his body into that opening dart. The whole shoulder came into the throw. Sign of a man struggling with a bit of confidence, like he's just trying to place the dart in the board rather than throw and propel it through the air. So
60.
Really nice switch there with dart 2. Can't be understated how good of a dart that was. Yeah, and more signs here. He's not comfortable at all up on that treble 20.
98.
You just knew it, didn't you? You just knew that would go in.
$45.
180. You know it's coming.
Surely. I'm going to say surely moving away. Can he see something we can't?
95.
Yes, yes he can. Both players here as part of the relationship with the ADC. Wood winning through the Northeast qualifier. Marco Kantele coming through a European qualifier, along with Jeffrey de Graaf.
125.
Two players who have seen each other quite a lot this year, Kantele and de Graaf. We'll get into that when they take each other on in lap number 2.
42.
Are you aware of his numbers there to make sure he didn't leave himself a bogey and gives himself an outshot opportunity?
$59. Marco, you require 170.
Well, we saw Ben Robb attempt this, didn't get anywhere with it in the previous match. Marco could produce a bit of magic. Here we go. The bull.
135. Tony,
Didn't
you require
get close.
152.
Same equation for Tony Wood. Needs to find a couple of treble 20s. Unable to do so in the opening dart. So it's set up and hope time now for Tony.
60. Marco, you require 35.
So to get that throw back, the very first opportunity.
32 to cancel out that break. Double 8 to cancel out that break.
19.
Now Tony Wood
Tony,
could
you
double his
require
advantage.
92.
All of a sudden, Marco in a spot of bother, hoping, praying that Tony doesn't take this out. He still could. Treble 19. Not to beat.
See, I love watching a player for the first time throwing at shots like
32.
92, 91,
Marco, you
93.
require 16.
Gives you a really good indication into what you're expecting to see from the player and a confident approach there. But Kantele really taking his time here with this shot. Really trying to find that comfort factor, settle into a situation which when you come over to these sort of doubles you don't like, you fear pulling low.
14. Tony, you require 60.
On for 6 on doubles. Marco Kantele and Tony Wood now can take full advantage. Tony Tees up tops. Double 10.
50. Marco,
When
you require
Kantele came to the
2.
board last time, he didn't look comfortable or confident at all. It took a bit of time to settle in. Feel like he's just got to commit here. Be awkward the way his darts land flat in the board.
No score.
Yeah, you could see it was
Tony,
tricky.
you require 10.
I mean, he's finding them tricky when they're not blocked at the moment, isn't he? Couple of awkward doubles in front of the pair of them, but
Shot on
that
the
is
second
made
leg.
to look
Tony
easy
Wood.
by Tony Wood, who doubles his advantage in this game. Been a
Third leg, it's Marco to throw first.
war of attrition
Game
so
on.
far between these two. Just looking at the way he throws his darts, I mean, you're the expert of the
60.
pair of us, Matthew, but I just think all you're doing is building up more tension, just holding it there for so long. And it's not like he even really sets himself before he throws the darts, Marco Kantele. When he throws again, we'll see, but it's sort of wobbling all the time in his hand before he
21.
throws.
Whenever you play with one of these slim flights, you've got to be confident. You've got to be throwing, committing and propelling that dart through the air, because what you're not going to get from the equipment is any sort of stability. If you imagine
43.
a parachute, you've got a nice big parachute, it's going to catch more wind, it's going to give you more drag, there's going to be more control. The smaller that is, the less drag you're going to be able to create, the less surface space, which means you're going to fall faster. It's the same thing with this. Kantele's darts will go through the air quicker, which means they need to be thrown with more accuracy. They need to be propelled. If you're holding on to them too long, if they're flopping out the hand like they are doing now, ultimately, he's going to throw the shoulder in and we're going to start
96.
losing the angle of the dart.
Wood weighing in with a welcome maximum, the first of this match. Now, we don't
100.
hold record books for every single record of the Super Series, but if Wood were to win this as a whitewash,
$126.
there we see those slim flights that Matthew's talking about. But if Wood were to win this as a whitewash, potentially this could be the longest 4-0 game ever. Took almost 10 minutes for the first two legs to be
60.
completed.
$100. Tony,
That
you
last
require
start there, a result of
140.
the compact nature around the shoulder in the throw, just losing that extension.
A good last
64.
start after two dodgy
Marco, you
ones
require
gets him down to the
76.
same number as Marco. He has missed 9 darts a double in this game. He's had his opportunities. He should get at least one more here. It's all he'll get. And it's that double top.
56.
It's now 10
Tony, you require 76.
attempts, and none of them successful.
Again, loses the line and slips into the one. Doesn't take the opportunity away from him. That one does. Kantele might finally register a leg.
The single one might have been a better dart, really, in a strange way there, because he'd have had the
34.
25 bull option.
36. Marco, you require 20.
Well, he's struggling on these doubles, isn't he, Kantele? I'll fall off my chair if he hits this.
15. Tony, you require 40.
I did fear that coming inside would be the worst option there for Marco. No one likes double five at the best of times, and a player that has the dart that lands flat, especially so. Will he be punished again?
20. Marco, you require
Well, he
5.
might be, just not on that occasion, because there's nothing certain about Marco on the outer ring. 13 darts without success.
Tony Wood shaking his head in the
Game shot on
background.
the
Oh, and he
third leg.
squeezed
Marco
it in,
Kantele.
Marco Kantele, so he won't be beaten 4-0. Yeah, how long has it
Fourth
been,
leg,
Marco?
it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
I think he was looking for the last time he hit a double. It took him 14 goes to get one.
And with that, you don't really tend to find the
100.
positivity when you find that on the 14th occasion you see Marco at the back of the stage quite disappointed.
$100. $43. $81.
Marco preparing for a date
55.
at the Alexandra Palace. That date is coming up on Wednesday, the 20th of December, which, again, as a player, you like that. You like to be coming into the tournament quite deep. You don't want to be on the opening night. You want to let the tournament run for a few days, feel like you're a part of it.
58.
He'll be taking on Radak Sagansky in his opening game.
When was it? What date?
The 20th of December.
And at this rate, it'll be his next match.
85.
I'm more concerned that he might miss registration at this rate.
He's a methodical old hand, isn't he? Kantele. So is Tony Wood, to be fair.
$97.
Yeah, tough game from that one. Skagansky, a Pro Tour winner this year, who's got his own mission at Alexandra Palace. If he doesn't reach the third round, will lose his tour card.
39.
And actually, Sagansky provisionally is in a world match play position, so he would also lose that position if he isn't able to reach round 3. So Kantele could spoil the party.
$114.
I was about to say, beautiful setup play. I was just waiting for him to hit the big 19 and he missed the board. Just trying to stay away from the treble there and, well, he achieved that.
97. Marco, you require 51.
Double 16 there for parity.
Game shot on
And
the
it's
fourth
all
leg.
square
Marco
in this
Kantele.
one.
Fifth leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
Kantele struggling on the outer ring, but he's hit his last 2 darts with success here on the doubles, which is a sign that he may
43.
start to be growing into things now.
$60. 46. $81.
Well, when we take a look at the sort of season that Marco Kantele's had, we can say this is just a bit of a one-off game potentially, a bit of a blip. When we look over the last 3 years, he's always roughly been around that 86 seasonal average. And
58.
he has been picking up titles on the Nordic Baltic Tour. He's picked up 4 of those titles this season, which is why he's got his place at the World Championship. When we take a look at that
100.
front 9 average, that scoring power over the last 12 months for Marco Kantele, 95.33. I think he's a sizable distance away from that at the moment.
$60.
Tony Wood, on his 4th appearance here at the
140.
Super Series, he has made it through to Saturday night once before. He's hoping to take his tally to 50% with qualification here through Group A, B or C. I'm sure he won't mind too much. But Adam Hunt was saying on Saturday in his
95.
interview that it doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get there. He is absolutely right. By the time we get to those semi-finals and finals, no one remembers the method of which you got there.
100.
He's just completely lost the line here. It's just not happening for Marco Kantele. Tony Wood is going to have to jump on and take the opportunity, because you know that Kantele's not going to play like this all day.
Tony, you require 20. Game shot on the
A
5th
Wood.
flag. Tony Wood.
With a quick fire leg. For a 3-2 lead. Out in 16 darts.
6th flag. It's Tony to throw first. Game on.
And he now has the darts to get it done.
$100.
When you've been in a position like Tony is here, where he was 2-0 up and he gets brought back and you think maybe my opportunity's gone, is my opponent going to kick on now with the advantage of throw back in his favour?
108.
And finally we get to see a sign of the real Marco Kantele.
I think he's going to do it, you know.
60.
I think he's going to follow with 60. He's switching, isn't he? Just to prove me
59.
wrong. By the way, the leg of the MODUS Super Series bet builder has just come in because of that 180 in this match. There were 2 maximums in this match, and we've had them now, 1 from each player. Just had confirmation for those who like this kind of thing that the longest match ever at the MODUS Super Series was exactly 28 minutes. And that was a meeting between Matt Clark
57.
and Dave Prinz. This match has currently been going for 23.5 minutes.
Which will make you think if Kantele can get over the line here and take it all the way, we'll have a new record
40.
here.
They're methodical players. What we have to say, isn't it? Methodical. measured. You often hear it said
59.
by commentators and pundits that, you know, players who play at the same pace, it suits each other, but I don't think we're seeing that here.
You tend to find that with the more quicker players because you get a bit more rhythm and a little bit more feel. I think two slower players playing against each other
59.
doesn't quite work.
Marco,
I
you
mean,
require 146.
you ask Glenn Durrant, he used to like it, but he used to like it for that extra process time where I tend to find this is like when you get the magnets and you try putting the plus with the plus. It sort of repels.
60. Tony, you require 142.
This would be some way to finish it here for Tony Wood. 1-4-2 for the match, and it's on.
Well, not sure about that.
82.
Yeah, the dart in a big treble, his
Marco, you
opponent's on
require
a finish.
86.
For me, staying there was probably the better option.
Especially with the lie that he had on the treble 20 as well. Plenty of room in the bed. Another one of those for a dart at the ball. Bullseye it is. Take us all the way.
38.
So
Tony,
Wood
you require 60.
on 60 for a hard-fought win. Wood on 59 for a hard-fought win. And now tops for Tony.
20.
But it's over the top, and it's
Marco,
a chance for
you require
Kantele.
48.
Take it to a last leg decider, and in doing so, make it inevitable that this will be the longest game we've ever seen here at the Super Series.
He's had plenty of opportunities
Tony,
here,
you
Marco.
require 40.
He's been unable to take them, and they may be the last ones he gets in this match.
Tony takes his time. Few tens. And in it goes.
Game shot.
And Tony Wood wins
Tony
it
Wood.
4-2. Well, it was a really attritional encounter between the pair of them. Kantele goes down in the end. Wood just pipping him in every department really in that game. Not much power scoring coming from the pair of them, but Wood was better on the doubles and he wins the game 4-2. Coming next, Simon Adams takes on Ben Robb. Welcome back to the action here at the MODUS Super Series. Game 4 of today's 15 features South Africa's Simon Adams, who went down in his opener 4-2 to Steve West, and Ben Robb of New Zealand, who won 4-1 against Jeffrey de Graaf in his opener today. He was very good last time he was here. Ben Robb didn't really hit those heights in his first match, but everyone's had a game on the stage now. You'd expect the standard to start to increase. Simon Adams. Well, he's been a welcome addition already. I thought his interview this morning with Henry Deacon was really insightful, really fun as well. And he seemed to enjoy himself on the stage despite that defeat to West in match 1.
You could tell he was enjoying himself just walking onto the stage here for this match.
First. Game on.
When you've been waiting as long as you have, like Simon Adams has, he came in on Saturday night to have a walk round, have a look at the venues, check out the atmosphere on a Saturday night and see what he may be playing in on Saturday.
78.
Provided some interesting
60.
moments, shall we say, in that opening match, in particular the 180 to leave himself double one.
I think Simon Adams is going to be a bit of a contender in this group. He's certainly showing good signs here early on. I just think the fixtures haven't worked out too well for him, because when we look at the players who are going to be up at the top end challenging,
93.
You look at players like Steve West and Ben Robb, and they're his opening 2 fixtures, and just how you ride them blows of those big hitters early.
55.
Having said that, if he can manage to do that, keep a smile on his face, he won't play them till the last 2 tomorrow. So he's then effectively got 6 straight matches over 2 days that he will feel are really, really winnable.
$125.
I like what I see so far. $63 after a dozen darts.
100. Simon, you require 63.
And in 90 seconds as well. Brilliant. Well, that's interesting. 25 would have left 38.
23. Ben, you require 108.
So I like seeing different players from around the world and seeing all the different routes in which they go. But this one, well, it was more conventional, but he needed the big 19.
68.
So
Simon, you require
missing the big
40.
number, he's given Adams 3 darts at a double. Oh, nudged the wire. He's actually made the target smaller there.
Game
But
shot
he's
on the
found
first
it
leg. Simon
nonetheless.
There seems to be a thing with
Second
people
leg,
from
it's
South
Ben to
Africa
throw
about looking
first.
at their hands, isn't
Game
they?
on.
We've got Devon Peterson makes like a mirror out of his hand, and now Simon Adams is made a celebration looking at his hands.
60.
I really want to get to the bottom of that. He'll want to do it a few more times today, won't he?
60.
I think he'd be a really
140.
interesting character to watch this week, and of course at the World Championship, one of many international qualifiers. African darts group was what he got through.
140.
With arrows like that.
I think for me, when we analyse that day when he qualified for the World Championship, there's a couple of things that stand out.
96.
For me, winning the final 8-0, real standout. In terms of the performance, standout when that's that game that gives you all or nothing. The average nearly 94, 93.94 the
47.
average. Then we reel it back even further to the semi-final stage, and it went all the way, and he took out a 1-4-1 finish. So it shows that
45.
when the chips are down, this is a guy that doesn't worry too much about the pressure. He can produce.
And I think that sort of don't worry, be happy style will contribute to that. And that's why I'm maybe not so worried about if he does lose his
45.
first couple of matches, that
You
he
require
can't
160.
brush it off and then get some results later in the day. But who's to say he won't get a result here? Ben Robb himself.
92.
Also heading to the World Championship. As are Marco Kantele and Jeffrey de Graaf. They both top the PDC Nordic and Baltic Pro Tour rankings.
140.
Kantele the winner of it, de Graaf the
You
runner-up.
require 68.
Double four. And
Shot on
Robb
the second leg. Ben Robb.
levels things up in this one. And you have to think as well, when you consider that, we must see more
Third
from
leg, it's
Kantele
Simon to
today
throw
than we saw in
first.
that
Game
that
on.
opening match. You don't win an order of merit over the course of a full season without being able to perform.
And I do think that that next game might be a better one for Kantele because
81.
he's going up against someone he's played many times this year already in Jeffrey de Graaf, and it'll be a bit more familiar for him, which I think will just aid a little bit better
58.
performance.
I think he's finding his range here. All of the darts are
97.
there or thereabouts for Simon Adams. His heat map would be quite attractive.
83. $140.
Well, there is Ben Robb's dart case, but it's the only dart case on the table. Simon Adams putting all of his trust in the three in his hand. Almost like that.
100.
All he's turned up with, isn't it? Just 3 darts. See what I can do with them.
Well, looking at the back of his flights, I think that's probably what he's been doing for some time.
60.
One of the players has been using a bit of chalk as well. Do that for grip reasons.
60. Simon, you require
Do
123.
you use anything to aid grip?
No, I'm not a fan of additionals or things like waxes, chalks, things where you rely on an extra product.
55.
A friend of mine fell out with me for trying to help him grip his darts. Put super glue on them. He just can't let it go.
50. Simon, you require 68.
He's laughing on the inside, ladies and gentlemen. A nice dart for Simon Adams. We'll be looking into his hands in a moment.
Game shot on the third leg. Simon Adams.
Right on cue.
Fourth leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on.
If you are aware of the celebration, please do let us know. You'll see in the bottom corner of your screen our social media handles at MSS Darts. If you are
100.
aware of the story behind the Simon Adams celebration, it's kind of like the most anti-celebration ever, though, isn't it? It's not like an expouring of emotion. It's like, for me, the worst celebration I have ever seen is the dab.
85.
Just seems very anticlimactic, very unenergetic.
59. 80.
'Beautiful here from Simon Adams.
135.
Playing good. Average goes over the 90. He's doing so with a massive smile across his face.
134.
To be fair, I don't think I've ever not been winning a game, averaging over 90 with a big smile on my face.
120.
What a recovery. It's a bounce out with the
Then you
opening
require
dart and then finds
102.
2 big treble 20s. Ben Robb is now in a position he needs to hit.
86.
And he hasn't hit.
Simon, you require 66.
Oh, he knew that Adams had this in him from that performance at the World Championship qualifiers. Can he carry it on? Good success on doubles in this game so far. And he gets another go at tops.
Game
and he
shot on the
nails
four
it.
flag.
3-1 Simon Adams. And the routine continues.
Fifth leg, it's
Gotta hand
Simon
it
to
to
throw
him.
first. Game on.
I don't know why, and it might be because I've been watching that walk-on from the Alexandra Palace on repeat for the last 4 days. But when he did that with his hands coming up, I almost sung in my head, "You raise me
95.
up."
Oh, that was a magical moment, wasn't it, the World Championship? Who was the player?
41.
It was one of those moments where you almost wish it wasn't the COVID year, because I think if he would have done that with a packed Alexandra Palace, that could have been one of the greatest walk-ons of all time.
180.
It was Chengen Liu who did that at the Ali Pali.
180.
A lovely little spell here. They are raising it up. They can't miss.
I wonder if we get the same celebration for a
140.
match-winning double, or if it's a different one.
Oh, we might be about to find out, because Adams, after 9 darts, has left 86, and he's potentially 2 darts away from winning the match.
60. Simon, you require 86.
And he's got plenty of time as well here. Robb has really upped his game since the first one, but Adams has done that 5-fold. Bullseye if he wants to win it in style. And I think he does.
Game
And he
shot
has.
on the match, Simon Adams.
And Simon Adams, wow. Well, he found it, didn't he, in that. It's a fantastic performance. The Saint feels a 4-1 win over Ben Robb. Both players much improved from their first game. But as you can see, Simon Adams, the South African ace, an average of 96.16, 4 out of 6 on the doubles, and capped off showman-like style with that 86 finish on the ball. Really good stuff for him. He could be a contender in Group A. Steve West certainly will be, and he faces Tony Wood after the break.
Welcome back to the Super Series, and we've got our second lap of fixtures here. Steve West kicked off his campaign with a 4-2 success over Simon Adams. Simon Adams, who's just picked up that incredible 4-1 victory over Ben Robb and shown what he is capable of. So that victory could show some real good weight as we move forward. Tony Wood also picking up his opening victory, that one against Marco Kantele. And as we get
First
into this
leg,
game,
it's Tony to throw
we've
first.
had a change in the commentary
Game
box.
on.
We're now joined by a fellow Chris, this time Chris Mason.
Morning, Matt. Oh, better late than never, as they say. Well, some may say that, some may not. It looks like you've had a
83.
bit of fun and games so far today, pal.
That was just you getting in that chair and nearly falling off it.
Joys of the motorway.
96.
M1 closed. Get through that. A3 closed. Just the 6 hours.
Took as long to get down as Tony Wood probably did from where?
96.
From the northeast.
Yeah, it probably didn't take him that long.
$45.
Like a fabulous performance from Adams in the, and not Martin, I hasten to add, in the last match. 6-1-6.
60.
Performance of the day so far.
Yeah, really good as well. The way he did it and the style in which he did it as well. That first start landing beautifully in the board.
100.
Something that Steve West is one to get going here because, as Chris Murphy said, he's very good at grouping his darts together. So if he can get that first dart in, he'll tend to follow it and start rattling in those big 140s and 180s.
60.
Yeah, very much a FDM, first dart merchant. First one's finding the target. He does tend to follow.
100.
He's a player who has always had success here at the Super Series. Never failed to get through to Saturday night. He is the bookies' favourite to win this group.
41.
No
Steve
surprise
Uruguay,
there.
160.
Both making winning starts to their days.
60. Tony, you require 161.
Would have needed a couple of trebles there to get a dart at the ball. So Steve West, these are the sort of shots Steve West will like. A
100.
treble 20 for his favourite
Steve, you
tops. If he
require
doesn't get it,
100.
it's tops.
Absolutely. There's nothing not to like for him.
Game
And he'll
shot on
love
the
that.
first leg, Steve West.
17 dart break of throw. Get things going.
Second
all
leg, it's Steve
Fun
to
and
throw
games
first.
for you since the last time
Game
we
on.
sat in this commentary box. Been travelling Europe, winning titles.
Yeah, it's been good
60.
fun. Really
But
enjoyed
are you still a commentator, or are you a dart player that does a bit of commentary? I don't know what to.
I'm not even a part-time dart player. Not even part-time. I've played 5 times in over a year, so...
Well, your strike rate's not bad, pal.
97.
Good on you.
I've played the same cards you did the week you came here and won this. I'm just a commentator.
81.
Well, I played Steve Eaton Friday night down in Kent, and I certainly felt like a commentator on that occasion. My goodness.
Remind you very quick, those boys, don't they?
Yes, I was reminded why I don't play anymore.
60.
When we talk about those boys, we're obviously referring to people with a PDC tour card, and
58.
that conversation comes up a lot. What's the best dart player without a PDC tour card? Steve West, if you ask him, will tell you it's him.
Well, he's certainly in the mix, isn't he? He's proven that over the last 12 months, but seems
60.
very happy where his game is right now. And of course, he's awaiting a further hip operation, which will hinder his full-time progress next year. I think he's found a happy balance.
I think Steve West is in a position where even if that surgery wasn't coming up, I don't think he'd be going to Q school.
I agree.
He's found a place in darts
100.
now where he's got the opportunity
Steve,
to
you
come here to
require
the Super Series where he's
140.
finding success and enjoying the game and
earning money rather than spending money.
100.
always a good position to be in.
Oh, we've had this conversation before, and said it's been a while, and in that time since we've last discussed this, they've announced that the Pro Tours will be going
80.
midweek, and talked to a lot of players that are saying,
Steve, you require
and we've already
40.
heard from a lot of players saying, well, it's not for me. Ooh,
30.
move the wire.
Tony, you require 104.
We're going to see a lot of players come to Q School, maybe go just to make sure they're on the Challenge Tour and then try and mix it up. Double 12.
92. Steve, you require 10.
So to double his lead, 2 5s.
Someone that likes tops, this cancel that. I was going to say
8.
people who like tops don't tend to have
Tony, you require
that fear
12.
of double 5. It's certainly one that's got away for Steve West. 5 starts at a double.
Game shot on the second
Double
leg.
6 for me
Tony
as a
Wood.
right-handed player. There's no better position on a board than the double 6. The only fear is coming inside and ending up
Third
down at
leg,
the
it's
bottom
Tony
end.
to
I
throw
think
first.
otherwise we'd see people
Game
leave it
on.
all the time.
Yeah, but like I say, as a player, you're not worried about the weight of throw, are you? It's literally just the direction of the dart, and it's straight down the.
100.
If you're right eye dominant, it's literally straight down the pipe.
Especially if you get a first start like Tony Wood did as well, just on the outside wire. Almost becomes unmissable.
140.
Agreed. Great to see Cam Crabtree winning Saturday night and taking his spot in Champions Week.
140.
Will he be here?
That's the question, because he's going through the gears so quick, and when you think he was only debuting here, feels like yesterday when he put that 115 average in on debut, and now all of a sudden he's in Pro
100.
Tour quarterfinals.
And this is a guy that was playing online, averaging 45-50 a couple of years ago.
Which is the total opposite of most of the people that played
57.
online, who was averaging 120, and now are averaging 40 or 50.
Funny that.
$58. Steve, you require 164. 44. Tony, you require 120.
The option to use the ball there, wasn't there, in that combination? Just getting himself embroiled here, Steve
60.
West.
Steve, you require 120.
To take control of the match. Been the better player for
60.
me.
Tony, you require
Thus
60.
far.
I was thinking just the same, and then when I saw those darts going in the board and I saw the nickname of the pincher on the flights of Tony Wood, this could be a pinch.
Game shot on the third leg. Tony Wood. Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
All about now for Westy, just dealing with the frustration. They've all been there.
180.
And that's the best way to deal with it.
I think Steve West may struggle a little bit in this group for pace as well, because this isn't a very quick group. When we look at the players in it, we've got Marco Kantele, who's quite steady and methodical. Tony Wood's quite
140.
methodical. Simon Adams isn't the quickest. And I think maybe we'll see the best from Steve West against the likes of Ben Robb or de
40.
Graaf, where,
Yeah, they both get on with it, don't they?
yeah, just getting a bit more flow. You can sort of see Steve West like how slow he's walking back, because you try and do things to fill that time.
41.
I remember playing Scott Mitchell here a few months back, and knowing he was quite, I ended up walking right the way around the stage. If that table wasn't there, I'd have gone round that bit as well, just to
85.
get extra steps in.
Yeah, my advice is always literally walk to the table, find something to do there, maybe have a sip of water or just do anything. And just like I say, just occupy that time, because you do end up spending far too much time
60.
watching your opponent and getting, like I said, embroiled in what they're doing.
If you can't physically fill that time, you'll mentally fill that time, which is when those demons start creeping in, and
Correct.
you go down some horrible thought
85.
patterns.
Yeah. Well, you do go down a hole, don't you? They say in the world of boxing, styles make fights, and very much in darts, if you get
30.
two players that have a similar
Steve, you
rhythm, they'll
require 111.
tend to feed off each other. Very much like the most recent
47.
Players' Championship final between Luke and MVG. They're both real pacey, and they do feed off each other.
Well, when one player starts playing really well, you sort of forget about the performance. You just get into
60.
that mode. Like you mentioned
Steve,
with
you
boxing,
require 64.
one of the things you don't think about before you go into the ring is getting punched, because you expect to get punched, so you don't fear the getting hit.
24.
Where when your opponent starts missing,
you
you start
require
trying to read
170.
opportunities, or
That's a great point.
you fear missing out on an opportunity.
Another one of those. He fancied that. It was a beautifully
92.
placed first start,
Steve, you
begging for
require 40.
a partner.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Steve West.
Just a hold, Matt. He's going to need a break, isn't he?
I think he thought
Fifth
it
flag,
was.
it's
He
Tony to
trying
throw
to go
first.
straight back to the hockey there.
Game
I
on.
think he felt that was a bigger moment there than it was for him. He's going to have to find something on the wood throw.
He's had darts in all of the 4 legs played so far.
134.
You know, the biggest fear as a player is leaving someone alive long enough that they come back to hurt you. And
100.
when you sit back and you watch a game and you can look at it and go, well, actually, the pace of the game's working better in the favour of one player. But when you're on the stage behind the person, you just want it done, and you got that panic that sets in. And
Well, I think what you
60.
tend, if you're a quick thrower, you end up going even quicker because you're just trying to put the game away.
100.
Any sport really where trying too hard is very much a negative. Got to remain switched on and focused.
100.
Let the arm be relaxed and fluent.
very strange sport, though. You got to get that balance right, of physical and mental,
140.
because you can't just do you can't just physically develop all the time. You can't go, right, I'm going to practice 8 hours a day and be brilliant. The same way, if you go to a gym every single day, you'll see the physical improvement. You don't get that with this without the mental engagement as well.
59. Steve, you require 161.
And that's why it's such a captivating and engrossing sport. Everybody can throw a dart, can't they?
129. Tony, you require 140.
Not everybody knows where it's going to land, though. I'd love to land another one of those. Again, doesn't follow.
68. Steve, you require 32.
Well, we mentioned about, is there going to be a
Game shot
point
on
that
the
Steve
fifth
West
flag,
makes a
Steve
move in the
West.
match? That is a 13 dart leg there from Steve West to break the throw of Tony Wood. And that separates the averages now by about
Sixth
10
flag, it's
points.
Steve to throw first.
So
Game
the
on.
damage has been done by Steve West now. It's now advantage Steve, and he's got the throw to serve this one out for his second
91.
victory of the day.
Yeah, best leg of the match and coming at the perfect time for Steve West. I said he had to find a break. Well, that's the way to do it. I think a solid 15 dart
45.
leg here would be more than enough on throw to get the job done full 2 and replicate his 4-2 win against the last time out.
85.
Very impressive Simon Adams.
When you've got the throw and you've got the darts and you're trying to serve it out, you just think one treble every throw will force your opponent into that thinking territory, trying to
81.
overforce the issue. That's what West's done here. Scores of 91 and 85. He's done the minimum requirement. Get that treble on the board and force your opponent into hitting 2.
Exactly there. One treble a
60.
visit will get you around that 5-visit leg mark, forcing your opponent into a full visit. Just a twinge in the back there for Westy.
58.
Now has absolute control of leg and match.
95.
Well, it's left him 170. I think he's the kind of guy that wouldn't do a Dave Pallett and tease us.
One of my favourite moments in darts, that was the Dave Pallett 170 at the Euro Tour. But he might have to go for it now. A maximum there for Tony
Steve,
Wood,
you
his
require
first on the match.
170.
Change the
80.
look of this leg
Tony, you require 137.
and potentially the match. Westy may only get a dart at the ball off of 90. May not get going the 90. Double 10.
117.
Fine effort there
Steve, you
from
require
Tony Wood.
90.
5 trebles to buy himself a dart at the double 10. It is a dart at the ball. The dart at the ball for Steve West for the
65.
match that goes missing.
Tony, you require 20.
And we mentioned Steve West made his move with that 13 darter. It may be about to be cancelled out. And it would be advantage Tony Wood.
Game shot on the 6th
Huge
leg.
last
Tony
start
Wood.
there for Tony Wood. Takes us to a deciding leg where he's got the throw. And this is just one thing I love about the Super Series.
7th and
And this
final
format
leg.
of
It's
darts,
Tony to
it
throw first.
swings
Game
and the
off.
favouritism changes so quick.
I think in that leg, he was, prior to the Wood 180, he was in absolute control. But he's been efficient thus far
140.
all day on the doubles. 33% in this match, 33% in his match against Kantele.
60.
Well, from that moment of Steve West leaving the 170, 7 of the 8 darts thrown at treble 20 or treble 19 by Tony Wood have been successful.
38.
Human with that. Great 140 to load West with pressure.
140.
Back in the leg.
When it starts to unravel and go wrong, things like that
40.
happen and they just feel so much more heightened. There's so much more emphasis on that. And that would have been a moment Steve West would have gone, thank you very much.
Yeah, and you get far more emotionally invested, and then you see your opponent do this,
140.
and you think, it's just not my day.
Needs to fill it.
$99.
So despite throwing
Steve,
first
you
in the
require
leg, Tony Wood now has
161.
handed the opportunity for Steve West. 6 darts for the 161. Could do it in 3.
Surely won't go for it.
121.
And rightly lays up. Leaves tops for 12.
He had the chance there to wrap it up with a fanfare or leave his favourite double, and he's chose the
100.
more sensible,
Steve, you require
professional
40.
option. Is what Steve West has been for many
Game
years
shot
now.
on the match.
And one
Steve
thing he
West.
is here is top of the table. Good start to the day for Steve West. It's not been his brilliant best. There is plenty more to come, but he is winning, and that is a good quality sign of a player when you can win without using that A game. 2 victories for him so far, 4-2 victory over Simon Adams and a 4-3 victory over Tony Wood. Coming up next, we've got Jeffrey de Graaf taking on Marco Kantele. Match number 6 here, the final of lap number 2. And it's a game we've seen quite a lot this year on the PDC Nordic Baltic Tour. And that is now where Jeffrey de Graaf applies his trade. He, born in Holland, moved over to Sweden and has found a lot of success over in that part of the world. And it probably would have found a lot more success if it wasn't for the man he's about to play, Marco Kantele. He's beat him in 2 finals on the PDC Nordic Baltic Tour, event number 1 and 6. He also beat him in a semi-final of a European Tour qualifier. So maybe an opportunity for Jeffrey de Graaf to get a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, de Graaf was one of the many
100.
on the production line of Dutch dart players that initially graced the stage at Lakeside, of course, and I certainly thought he was going to kick on, but not quite worked out for
100.
him so far. Fundamentally, nice throw, everything nice and still, nice locked wrist.
95.
The bit that surprised me the most with Jeffrey de Graaf today was at the start of the day when we see the graphics and it came up that he was 33.
I know, it's frightening, isn't it?
100.
You always find that when you see a player's age and they've been around for a while, you get surprised that they're not in their 40s or their 50s. Not that de Graaf looks like he should be in his 40s or his 50s, but by the
67.
Well, it's a little bit like Wade. He's only 40, but he's won tournaments in 3 different decades.
40 years old, but he's been playing darts for 50.
80.
Imagine what we're going to be saying about Luke Littler in years to come.
180.
Yes, a frightening talent. He was outstanding, as was Gian Van Veen in that World Youth Final, and he's just been
92.
over in Gibraltar
Jeffrey, you
mopping
require
up
59.
titles all weekend. That's, for
19.
me, a strange
Marco, you require
attitude that
129.
didn't shake his head at dart 1 that went out the board, but was negative on darts 2 and 3.
Dart 2, the only successful dart of the 3 that he thrown, and that was the one that he shook his head at. Absolutely,
Jeffrey,
I
you
was
require
going down
40.
the exact same road you was there.
Game shot on the first leg.
And talking
Jeffrey
of
de Graaf.
Luke's, how brilliant has Luke Humphries been in the last, well, just 50 odd
Second
days,
leg,
isn't it?
it's
Well, I think it
Marco
was
to throw
49,
first.
wasn't it? 49 days,
Game on.
three
Major
titles.
yeah.
What a way to do the last one. Trailing the
100.
great MVG. And then just reeled off. 6 legs on the spin.
77.
It'll certainly be pleasing the taxman, that's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want his tax bill next year.
85.
I think Ned Bolting said for Luke Littler that he could win the World Youth Championship 8 times.
60.
That would be a record breaking. I think
Well,
if that is the case,
only if he stays out the top 32 in the world, which I can't see him doing.
no, I agree. And I think with that as well, we could see a situation
100.
where he could win the World Championship and the youth in the same year. I think he could be the guy that breaks that pattern.
81.
Yeah, he's just got that. He plays with just such freedom and youth and enjoyment, passion.
180.
Always a great time to hit a max when you're on a 220 or a 216, a 212. One of those shots where the maximum just sets you up on a 1 dart finish.
We did have the perfect 6 last week, didn't we?
Marco, you require
The
36.
350, 180, 170.
Game
The
shot
Paul
on the
Nicholson
second leg.
special, he
Marco
loves that
Kantele.
shot.
Yep, one of his favourites.
Well, this is how you bounce back and
Third leg, it's Jeffrey to
return
throw
from
first.
a poor
Game
performance. Kantele lost to Tony Wood, averaging 66.92 in a match that nearly broke the record for the longest game.
16. He
54.
starts with a double in that one. Kantele.
Now averaging nearly 100.
Going to say what a difference a day makes, but it's
59.
maybe a matter of minutes for Marco. Both of these players
60.
on the wrong end of results in their opening games. Very much a marathon, this Group A.
133.
Both players are in preparation for a attack at the World Championship, which will be starting in
100.
just over a week's time. Jeffrey de Graaf will be playing on Tuesday, the 19th of December. He'll be taking on Richie Edhouse.
Tough draw.
Well, for Marco Kantele, he'll be taking on
42.
Pro Tour winner this year, Radek Sagansky.
2 tough games for these players.
55.
Are they both underdogs going into those matches?
They are, yes. 2-1 available on Jeffrey de Graaf to beat Edhouse. 5-2 on Kantele to beat Skagansky.
140.
a little mean, but I make it about right.
$105.
Kantele has left
Marco, you
himself on one of
require
our favourite finishes here at the
127.
Super Series, the Hinks.
2-7 in, well, they're both on 1-2-7. Well, he's not going to take it out. 1-2-7 in game.
Got the double Hinks.
95.
De Graaf.
Jeffrey, you
Give Jack
require
Garwood
127.
His Paul Hinks moment. The ball.
88.
Oh, the weight of dart
Marco,
was
you
okay,
require
but the
32.
line was a long, long way off.
No score.
Wow.
Jeffrey, you require 39.
Trying to shake out his shoulders, still obviously a bit tight, a little edgy. Gift. Or De Graaf.
Shot on the
And he
third
takes
leg.
it.
Jeffrey de Graaf.
Says, thank you very much.
Say what a difference a day makes or minutes makes. What's the difference a
Fourth
throw
leg.
makes?
It's Marco to
Because
throw first.
at the point when Kantele
Game
was
on.
throwing at that double 16, you can imagine the thoughts that were going through the head of De Graaf. And we've been around darts and practice rooms many times, most of our lives, and you know full well that that would have
140.
been. How can Kantele throw 66 average in the game before and he's throwing 100 against me?
Yeah, I had a moment like that in the US Open in
100.
the Mohegan Sun in Connecticut. I was playing Michael Van Gerwen, who couldn't win a game anywhere. We'd lock horns in a last
41.
32 or last 16. I can't quite recall, but it was on television. I threw everything at him and the kitchen sink and still didn't win. And I was like, well, I've not been able to
77.
win a game anywhere.
When you get asked the question regularly about tournaments you'd like to see either return or tournaments you'd like to see, I think we need a
100.
return of some form of the US Masters.
Agreed. Just either in Boston or possibly New York, or maybe take it to Canada.
134.
Then it's like the World Grand Prix. Take it to Belfast. Don't tell me there's not a venue up there that's suitable for it.
125.
Belgium, a massively developing country in darts at the moment. There's local opens that I'm seeing over there with 900 people attending.
58.
It really is
Marco,
the
you
next sort
require
of Holland and
95.
Germany territory.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll produce another Dimitri or Kim Huybrechts.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Marco Kantele.
Marco Kantele of Finland has been the flag bearer for that
Fifth
country
leg.
for
It's
some
Jeffrey
time.
to throw first. Game on.
And that's an area of the world as well that's developing. A lot of people really picking up speed. I've spent a bit of time this year in Iceland, and I was so
54.
impressed with how they approach darts. Their venues and the opportunity, equipment, and the things they're using over there, I found very enviable compared to what we're used to here in the UK. And we're
100.
meant to be the leading nation of the sport. And just the way they play it, they're so advanced in the way they think about it. We still over here in the UK, you'll get on your local league, you'll play
125.
best of 3, and then you'll sit watching everybody else play darts all night. Not over there. They regularly round robins where you're getting 4 or 5 games of darts a night. You're always doing something. You're either marking the board or you're
100.
playing. You're always involved from the moment the night starts. And we tend to find over here that you spend a lot of time sitting doing nothing, and
60.
they're going to take us
Watching
over.
everybody else play.
They'll take us over. They really will. And that is what I'm told is sort of the attitude over all those sort of countries that are in that sort of PDC Nordic Baltic, that
59.
it's all about more time on the board. They
Well,
use Scolia systems. And
That's why I think county darts is
dated.
92.
it needs certainly a rethink, because why would a player invest so much money in something that
60.
ultimately
Jeffrey
it's the
require
camaraderie and your
170.
teammates and everything else. But a lot of players now want value for money. They want the opportunity to earn more money or progress, which is
82.
why I think the ADC has been so successful. And darts in Sweden, with its association with the Super Series, and look at the influx of Swedish players we've had this year.
Well, the ADC takes the travel out. The
100.
ADC does the travel
Jeffrey
and brings it to
require
you.
88.
Where before you'd have to travel around Europe to get points to appear in places here like the Super Series, which is how
63.
Kantele and
Marco,
Jeffrey de
you
Graaf
require
have got their
82.
qualification. Here it is via the ADC.
Well, you know firsthand, playing in some WDF events this year, that the amount of travelling and financial investment involved.
Well, a handy leave in the end.
Jeffrey, you require 25.
Nice switch.
2 eights. Put himself a leg away. He thought that was in, I think, there, de Graaf. It's a nice marker.
9. Marco, you require 32.
Kantele on double 16 again. He had 3 darts at this earlier in the game to take the lead. It's a repeat situation for Kantele.
Game shot on the 5th
Different
flag.
result
Marco
this
Kantele.
time. Kantele puts himself a leg away from winning this match. Much improved
Sixth flag is
performance,
Marco
adding
to throw
24 points onto
Game
his
on.
average.
Yeah, the opening matches are always appear edgy, and they certainly feel it, as you and I know, having played here, that
47.
just want to get that first one out of the way. And in what was a fairly slow-paced match, it's hard to feel like you're getting
100.
into the game, but certainly into it here. Prior to his opening 3 darts of this leg, averaging well over 90. Much more efficient on the doubles. 3 from 7.
60.
Getting a little tight here. Want to get the old
60.
clincher's disease.
See, they're just trying to take a bit of sting out the game as well, just taking the pace out, and I think very aware of the things that you're saying there, very aware of the fact that the
140.
heart rate was maybe just picking up. He's just trying to keep it all under control. Some people love to play with the adrenaline, some people hate it, and I think we're learning very
100.
quickly here that Kantele prefers to be more steady, measured and controlled.
Very experienced, of course, Marco now, and
140.
showing that experience, and you picked up on it straight away, Matt. He did just take that little bit extra time.
30.
Took the sting
Marco,
out of
you
the
require
pace and
114.
back under control here. Back-to-back 140s for Kantele. Won't go out on this occasion, but
58.
the damage has been done in the scoring department. He'll get his opportunity. He's just got to wait an extra visit and then should be getting 2 darts to get his
60.
first 2 points here
Marco,
at the
you
Super
require
Series.
56.
Hume, 16 tops. Ooh, just about in the 16. But
Game shot
nails
on the match.
tops.
Marco
For a
Kantele.
very efficient 4-2 win, and an average far superior to that of his opening performance. 89.75 in the end for Kantele. Jeffrey de Graaf, a bit of a disappointment there. 79.11, not quite settled yet. When we come back, Simon Adams, who was very impressive last time out against Tony Wood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Marco Kantele get his first win on the board, having got the better of Jeffrey de Graaf by 4 legs to 2. So we're 6 games down, 2 rounds down for our day here in Portsmouth, and this is what we have seen so far. And as I say, Marco Kantele getting the better of Jeffrey de Graaf before the break 4-2. Steve West beating Tony Wood 4-3, but Simon Adams got his first win on the board at the Super Series in Game 4, getting the better of Ben Robb by 4 legs to 1. The South African, on debut in this competition, really has embraced everything about the MODUS Super Series, and even give me a little bit of a smile up here on the balcony right now as he pins this to get the better of Ben Robb, hitting the bullseye off the back of a 86 combination. And we're going to see Simon Adams in action in our next match, because he is about to take on Tony Wood. The first game of the 3rd round, Ben Robb then takes on Marco Kantele, and then Steve West and Jeffrey de Graaf will round off the 3rd round worth of fixtures. But it is a battle between England and South Africa, the first such sporting renewal since that, well, Rugby World Cup semi-final not too long ago. And on that occasion, it was South Africa that beat England by the barest of margins. But what's going to happen in this on? Let's find out. Down in commentary, Matthew Edgar alongside Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, this is my first look at Simon Adams. I say, very impressed with his numbers last time out in that 4-1 win over Ben Robb. 96-16, couple of 180s, 4 out of 6 on the doubles. That is a decent quality performance. What he's got to do now, Matt, is replicate it.
Well, Henry said, what are we going to see from this game? I'm going to make a bold prediction here, and it's probably the most likely prediction, that every time Simon Adams wins a leg, he's going to look at his hands.
All right, okay.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Perfect nickname for a referee, Gob. And he's got plenty of it.
One of the things that I was really impressed with Simon Adams in his first couple of games is his dart number 1.
108.
Seems to be finding that treble very regularly with the opening dart. This occasion following in beautifully.
$100.
Well, he's got a very neutral dart, hasn't he, in terms of how it lands in the
100.
board. So he doesn't get restricted with a stacker where if he's above the treble, he's going to have to move, or with a more upright throw that's low and they have to move.
95.
Seems to have the ability to work around a high or a low dart. You can look how neutral they are. Need some new flights, though.
He hasn't even got a case with him. If you look at the table, he doesn't bring anything up with him. So I think they're just the flights.
$134. Simon, you require 161.
Working around dart 1, 81 left.
137.
He's good.
I like him. And
Me too.
I can tell you what, if you're Ricky Evans sat at home now, you're not going to like what you're seeing, because you've got a bit of a game on your hands here, Ricky. Sunday, the 17th of December at
132.
Alexandra Palace. Ricky
Simon,
Evans
you require
versus Simon
24.
Adams.
My birthday.
Game shot on the first leg.
13
Simon
dart.
Adams.
All right, there you go. You were bang on the money.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Say, not a player I'd previously heard of prior to him qualifying for the PDC World Championships.
60.
But it's very useful for, let's say, Ricky Evans getting a look at him, getting a bit of a read on his pace.
140.
Getting a warning as well.
Yes.
Because a lot of the time, you can do what people I've engaged with before doing this, people saying Simon Adams might struggle. You've seen his yearly stats. I went, actually, I'm more impressed with the fact that in the final he averaged 94 and won 8-0, and in a last leg shootout took out a 1-4-1 in the semi-final.
Yep, that tells me he's got plenty of bottle.
And they were the things that I sort of focused on, but as a player, you could be like, I'm not too sure of this guy, so I'm just going to have a little look. You look at the seasonal stats and you go, well, I should be okay with that. And you take it a little lightly, where Ricky would, I think, be well advised to just cast an eye over this week and get a bit of an understanding of what he's dealing with here.
Yeah, and it's perfect for Simon, getting some time under the lights and on stage in front of cameras and playing under a bit of pressure. So set him up beautifully for that encounter with Ricky Evans.
It'll just take the sting out at the moment for him as well. He's been playing darts since he was 11 years old. He's been wanting to get to these sort of stages his whole life. It's took him 44 years to get to this point, and that's why he's playing with such a smile over his face, because after 44 years, you probably think it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
$98.
Oh,
60.
100 finish here for Simon Adams
100.
to be able to have another look at those palms.
Okay. Yep, finds the treble.
90. $140.
Went big and safe. Stay away from the flights. Don't want to carry in there and go down Damon Heta and dirt roads.
Shot on the second leg, Simon Adams.
Just have a look at those hands, Simon Adams. They're doing you well.
I know what that's all about.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Something we need to find out.
Game on.
Oh, absolutely. I did say earlier with Chris Murphy, I say it's quite interesting that people from South Africa playing darts, they like looking at the hands, because we know Devon Peterson does the thing with the mirror of the hand, doesn't he? So
yeah, he's done so much, of course, Devon Peterson, for darts in
95.
South Africa, and continues to promote the sport there. First time in a long time he's not qualified
60.
for the Worlds, isn't it?
yeah, I believe he missed out last year as well, Devon Peterson.
I think about, what did he do? Did he play 5 or 6 consecutive championship? Maybe more.
Yeah, he had a good run dominating darts over in South Africa, but then he also qualified for being in the world's top 32.
Yep.
This is a top performance here.
Wasn't it 60. A run from Devon Peterson which denied Paul Nicholson keeping his tour card, wasn't it? And he came from behind and won matches that possibly shouldn't have won. Look at those numbers. 111.39. Actually, Ricky, don't watch this.
Yeah, it poses those questions, doesn't it? Do you not want to know, or do you want to be aware of it?
I'd rather. I don't like surprises.
Simon, you require 92. Game shot on the third leg, Simon Adams. Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Well,
game on.
Did you see this coming at the start of the day? This is quality at the highest level.
His running is up next against the Graaf.
100.
And Kantele could do some damage today with Simon Adams. Do some damage this week with darts of this quality.
45.
Well, with darts of this quality, he could do some damage in a couple of weeks' time at Alexandra Palace.
140.
For Tony Wood, he's took the big blows and now he's just got to try and ride it out, get himself back into the game. He is dealing with a player who's
140.
not experienced at getting over the line as such. And Tony Wood is a man who has got over the line here at the Super Series, reaching a Saturday night on one of his 3 occasions here.
140.
This is a good response. Ton 140, 140 after being hit with darts out of the very, very top draw here for Simon Adams. But we're seeing
81.
more and more from him that
Tony, you
he
require
almost just appears to be
121.
unflappable, but he's just enjoying himself.
As they say, Matt, enjoy your job. You never work a day. Oh, could go 18s here. Oh, wow, what a dart that is.
83.
Simon here, you want to pile the pressure on the 38 because it's to keep Tony in the match.
85.
And
Tony,
not
you
the
require
easiest double in the
38.
world. Is he gonna split? Yeah, double 16.
Game shot on the 4th flag. Tony Wood.
Good response there from Tony Wood, who gets his first dart at a double in this match and converts it straight away. Gives himself a bit of an
5th flag, it's
opportunity, but
Simon
he's
to
got to
throw first.
find not just one breaker throw, but
Game
2
on.
from Simon Adams.
Fairness to Tony Wood, he's averaging around the 90 mark, and that's been his first start at a double in the entire match.
100.
Because Simon Adams has been so good.
$140.
Never known anyone look so happy playing darts as Simon Adams does.
140.
Especially when you see your opponent hit a 140. I've never smiled at my opponent hitting a 140, but he's just really enjoying the whole experience. And I suppose it's impossible to feel nerves when you do that.
43.
You not remember when you used to love playing darts?
Yeah, it's I used to play for the old fun of it. They say
85.
money's the source of all evil, don't they? And certainly is with this sport. When you start playing for the pounds, it changes the whole perception of it. It goes from just being a game, something you pick up to have a bit of fun, to being a lifestyle.
58.
I can remember a time he wouldn't be able to get me off the dartboard. Now I got a problem getting on it.
$140.
Another quality leg, isn't it? 36 after 12, the average, 107.03. He gets this. in
85.
Dart 1, it'll stay
Sorry,
around
you
that
require
mark.
36.
He has waited 44
and the mark,
years for an
Simon
opportunity to
Adams.
play darts on the TV. He started playing darts at 11 years old. We was unsure what we was going to see from Simon Adams, but now we know what to expect. Expect quality. He is here to get ready for his venture to the Alexandra Palace, and with an average of 107, he's going to do damage there, and he could do some damage here. He hits the top of the table following his 3rd fixture. Coming up next, we've got Ben Robb taking on Marco Kantele.
Welcome back. This is match number 7 of 15 on the opening day of Group A. Features Robb against Marco Kantele. Robb beaten 4-1. The man we've just seen produce 107
First
average,
leg,
Simon
it's Ben
Adams.
to throw first. Game on.
And prior to that, took a 4-1 win against Jeffrey de Graaf. So a mixed bag so far.
55.
Ben Robb, who we saw around this time last year, didn't we? Came over with Raymond Smith, I think.
We did, and he got through to finals night as well on his one occasion here, so we'll be hoping to replicate
100.
that. If you really want to talk about mixed bags, I think that's the day so far. Marco Kantele, he had a 66 average in match number 1.
180.
Then averaged 89 in match number 2. 23 points between those performances. So no read yet on him, which, if anything, that makes it harder to play. You feel a bit more edgy playing those players you can't get a read on.
Well, it's something that we both discuss a lot, and that's the range. And we much prefer seeing a smaller range, because that
60.
suggests, of course, a player's more consistent. Yeah, a lot of players go from A to Z, and ultimately,
60.
that's why a lot of players who don't get a tour card or don't succeed on tours, because they just don't have
96.
that middle game, do they? It's very much all or nothing. Your A game takes care of itself.
140.
Although
Ben, you require
nowadays,
110.
as we see regularly, people averaging 108, 110 and more and losing.
94. Marco, you require 141.
This is the sort of shot I feel he's going to enjoy, because he likes using the bottom end of the board. Unable to find the treble on that occasion, which will give Ben Robb a chance to hold the throw
89.
here in the opening
Ben, you
leg.
require 16.
Dart left in hand.
12. Marco,
It's
you require
more missed
52.
opportunities here for Ben Robb. He missed 8 darts at doubling his opening game. He was able to get over the line. Kantele, 16 missed doubles in his opening
12.
game, and that seems to be the pattern that's
Ben, you
going to play
require
out
4.
here. Adding up. And this just adds to the tension,
Shot on the first
adds to the
leg.
frustration.
Ben Robb.
That's a big last start, but that frustration coming through even on the success, a shake of the head despite the fact
Second leg,
won
it's
the
Marco
leg.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, ultimately, it was a big dart from the big rig. He's a big unit as well, isn't he?
absolutely, and
97.
quite a big hitter on the board as well. Poses an interesting question actually about when you're talking about stats and numbers. What would you
95.
say is sort of what you need to be doing to be a professional player? What's the average these days?
I think your B game's got to be about 95. And then I think
140.
40% on doubles, mid-90s, and I think you'd have a very respectable career. Look at someone like James Wade. Yeah,
83.
he has had big averages, but sort of a mid-90s man, very reactive player, and it served him well. But a very good finisher, very good under pressure. I think that's key. It's how good you are when someone. It's very easy to average 100 when someone's averaging 80 against you.
58. Marco, you require 84.
What kind of numbers do you think?
I think around the 93.
Now you're going to give me a reason for this, aren't you?
Yeah,
52.
I knew it was coming.
because the 93 is the 16 darter. So it means that you're teetering. If you go over the 93, it means you're teetering between the 15 and the 16, which means
You're either getting a dart in a 5-visit leg,
Marco, you
or you're
require
coming back and hitting
32.
it dart one. Yeah, I agree.
Game shot on the
Well, I
second
always
leg.
used to
Marco Kantele.
Play a practice game when I didn't have anybody to practice against, especially coming up into the Worlds. If I was having the odd session
Third
away and
leg,
working
it's Ben
on
to throw first.
certain aspects of my
Game
game,
on.
if I didn't go out in 15 or less, I lost the leg. If I went out in 15 or less, I won the leg, and I used to play set play.
81.
And I continually play until I'd won 3 sets, which was the format of the opening round of the Worlds.
And then with that, sometimes you'll have like the advantage of throw, or they'll have a sloppy where you'll get that
26.
extra visit, and that's where that
Correct.
93 sort of will level itself out over time. So not obviously to be one of the top players, but to be a professional
100.
player where you're on a good salary, you're getting into events. I think
You're going deep.
93 is your place to be. I think sometimes
55.
people overestimate the sort of like you hear a lot of people say, oh, if you're not averaging at least 100, not one player averages 100 across the season. So
98.
if you're averaging 100, like some people claim they are on a regular basis, they'd be world number 1.
$70. 121.
Gary Anderson's the flag bearer, isn't he? 99 average on the
Yeah.
tour this year.
Yeah, I think over the space of about 2 months, it was around 101, wasn't it? It was remarkable.
100. Ben, you require 101.
100 average, of course, is 15 dart legs.
45.
We've seen 100 average here today. That was 107 by Simon Adams in our last game. 4-1 victory over Tony Wood.
Yeah, so all he has to do that is across about 70-odd games, and he'd be
45.
best player in the world.
Ben, you require 56.
Easy, really.
Yeah, should just go tell him that, and then he...
16.
A lot of missed doubles already from Robb. 8 missed darts at a double in the match. We're only in leg 3.
Seems to be a game, though, where one player is opening up a big gap in that
105.
early scoring
Ben, you
phase.
require 40.
I suppose that's giving him
Game
the
shot on the
opportunity to
third
have all
leg.
those
Ben
restarts
Robb.
at the double and still be in control. 2-1 up, Ben Robb.
Fourth leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
Be happy enough with the scoreline, but you can certainly see he's not happy with the
137.
level of performance thus far.
He is another player who is here
60.
preparing for his campaign at the Alexandra Palace. That'll be his 4th time going to the World Championship, but he's yet to pick up a victory at the Alexandra Palace. In 2020, lost 3-0 to Ron Muhlenkamp.
60.
2022, lost 3-1 to Rusty Jake. And in 2023, lost 3-1 to Mickey Mansell, who
139.
played to the best of his ability.
Some decent performances as well over the last 12 months or so. Mickey Mansell.
45.
A lot of players in the World Championships who are battling to keep their scorecard, of course.
56.
It's one of the things I like about the World Championship. You can't tell me that 96 players are going there to be world champion. It's not happening. What you get is you get 8 players who are going to be world champion. Some players who are trying to have a bit of a run. Some players that want to
99.
get in the top 32. Some players that are trying to protect their card, and some that are just enjoying the experience.
Correct.
140. Marco, you require 160.
I think this year it might be more than 8 people thinking they've got a chance at that World Championship, because I think we're in for the most open one we've had for some time.
Yeah, a much deeper pool this year than I certainly can
60.
ever remember.
Then you require 106.
This man will be one of those players.
Game shot on
A
the full
beautiful
flag.
finish
Ben
there
Robb.
for Ben Robb. A 15-dart breaker throw, the 106. A statement leg there for Ben Robb,
Fifth leg, it's Ben
who
to
gets to
throw
walk
first.
straight down the
Game
oche.
on.
Just command the oche for a good 40 seconds.
140.
Hoping to command the oche on Wednesday the 20th, the same day that Marco Kantele will be taking to the World Championship stage in the
140.
afternoon. In the evening, Ben Robb will be taking on Richard Veenstra, who will be making his Ali Pali debut, a very experienced player from the old BDO WDF system.
57.
Ben Robb preparing here this week at the MODUS
59.
Super Series. He's going to be preparing next week with a player that will be hoping for a good run himself at the World Championship, Damon Heta.
Good link up that.
81.
Good practice for both. Yeah, we're still waiting for Heta really to make that transition almost from the level of play we've seen on the Pro Tour from him and take
92.
that onto a big TV stage. Certainly has all the ingredients, does Damon Heta. Love his throw.
59.
And is it a case of the longer it goes, the harder it's going to become for him, because the more attention that's going to be drawn to the situation?
Absolutely. More luggage you carry around with you.
100. Then you
Oh,
require
164.
164.
2 treble 19s. Balls the shot.
64. Marco, you require 110.
Tops. To retaliate with a 15-darter
70.
of his own.
Then you
How
require
close was that?
100.
Actually, move the wire. Top stops.
60. Marco, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg. Marco Kantele.
Keeps himself in there, and he needed to break the throw of Ben Robb twice, and that's one of them done now already.
Sixth leg. It's Marco to throw
The
first.
danger here now for
Game
Ben
on.
Robb is to not switch off in this leg and think, well, I've got the throw in the last leg. I can almost have a bit of a freebie here, because it's hard to dip in and out of that concentration.
Yeah, totally agree.
55.
Gotta go out. Gotta run through the tape. Not let the tape come to you.
57.
The other danger is it offers a bit too much encouragement to your opponent.
Growing confidence and belief.
When you're dealing with players that have been winning
137.
on their various tours throughout the year, you don't want them to get back into that mindset of positivity. Because Kantele has been doing very well on that PDC Nordic Baltic Tour.
38.
I don't like that play.
84.
Ben Robb can do nothing to leave a finish, so why are you trying to leave a potentially a 170?
140.
Just that little bit of panic, isn't it? They're trying to get the job done at the quickest opportunity rather than just settling into the task and
44.
Trying to complete the job. The old attitude of everyone wants everything yesterday.
Yeah, that's the
140.
very much the new mantra, isn't it? I want it, and I want it now, and I'm not waiting.
Well, he's taking the sting out of the game again here, just having that little pause. Last time he did this, it worked well for him.
$85.
He'll be down
And
on
you
the
require
19s.
126.
4 of them to leave the vault.
Bullseye it is for the match.
85. Marco, you require 96.
Bit of a bus ride away. Trouble 20 double 18 for Marco. Okay for him. Don't blame him for staying there.
61. Ben, you require 41.
An opportunity here for Ben Robb. Oh, he's missed the big number. For the match.
Game shot and the match. Ben
Well,
Robb.
it was a different way of going out for 41, but it was a successful one for Ben Robb, who picks up his second victory of the day. It has been a pattern of win one, lose one, win one for Ben Robb, who picks up a 4-2 victory there over Marco Kantele. That is his second defeat of the day. Coming up next, we've got Steve West taking on Jeffrey de Graaf.
Good afternoon and welcome back for match number 8 of the 15. We'll be bringing you today on the opening session of Group A. And up next, Jeffrey de Graaf against Steve West. I'm sure these two know each other very well. Someone for Jeffrey to speak Dutch with, unless he speaks a bit of Afrikaans, which is very similar to Dutch. But Steve West, a very fluent Dutch speaker. Actually,
First leg, it's Steve to
had a
throw
pub in
first.
Holland. Did Steve?
Game on.
I think that's one of the things that we let ourselves down as British people. We just expect
140.
everyone to speak English.
Agreed.
Very, very small country, and we go everywhere and expect English, and then when they come here, we expect them to speak English.
140.
What we tend to do is sign language when we go abroad, isn't it? But still speaking English.
But slower.
140.
I had a feeling this game would suit Westy. A bit more pace to it.
140.
Not doing De Graaf any harm, the pace of this one. Both players back-to-back 140s.
57. 140. Steve, you require 164. 136. Jeffrey, you require 81.
Possible. 11 darter. 16 for ball. 12 dart. Break of throw. Good
56.
effort.
Steve, you require 28.
Well, we said just before this game started that we expected that this will bring the best
Shot on
out
the
in
first
Steve
leg,
West, and that
Steve
is
West.
the best of Steve West. A 13 darter there to kick off this game as he puffs out the cheeks. He was aware of the threat
Second
that
leg,
was
it's Jeffrey to
posed
throw
there
first.
from Jeffrey de Graaf,
Game
who
on.
is playing his best performance so far of the day. But again, when you're playing someone with a bit of reputation, sometimes it all just becomes a lot easier because
80.
you won't feel like the massive favourite anymore.
Yeah, the pressure is off.
60.
And it's sort of that self-internal pressure, isn't it, that you put on yourself when you look at a table and you think, right, I'll beat those guys, that'll be a
54.
battle.
Yeah, you can almost map out your day.
58. 59. 134.
Beautiful switch in there from Steve West. Always been a feature of his game, hasn't it? That switch to the 19s.
Yeah.
96.
The many players now who
99.
have hit a 9 darter at our new venue. I've seen them all in the
140.
highlights package in between the matches. You got that asked that question about 9 darters.
60.
What's
Jeffrey
your favourite one? I
requires
don't think there's
72.
one I dislike.
I can think of one you probably didn't like too much.
Yeah.
Game shot on a second leg. Jeffrey de Graaf.
Good hold a throw from Jeffrey. Averages
Third leg, it's Steve to throw
very,
first.
very similar.
Game on.
How he found himself in Sweden. Jeffrey de Graaf, that is.
55.
Seems to be a switch that's doing quite well for his darts career. And we see this quite a bit, don't we? Well, Paul Nicholson, didn't he, move to Australia?
Yep.
And
58.
Darren Pennell now, he's moved on, relocated in Australia, and he'll be playing at the World Championship for the first time, representing Australia.
45.
Now he's getting on with the Swedish language.
140.
Nothing like Dutch.
45. 59.
There's an opportunity for a breaker throw now for De Graaf.
$100.
Have you been to Sweden?
No, and I'm definitely not Googling either what Sweden's famous for. But I
40.
would guess it's very famous for its scenery and its forests, and surprisingly, its meatballs.
Correct. Think of IKEA.
140.
It's bold cuisine as well. It's pickled herrings and
Yep.
crawfish.
Not my bag.
125. Jack, 140. Steve, you require 116.
Needs the treble. The De Graaf.
38.
That's risky.
Jeffrey, you require 64.
Not sure about that play, Steve. He doesn't get another go. It doesn't matter, but
Game shot
And he
on the
doesn't
third
get another
leg.
go.
Jeffrey de Graaf.
Maybe he went to Sweden because he wanted to see the Northern Lights,
flag,
which
it's
I'm
Jeffrey
actually
to throw
surprised.
first.
I know this you see it in Iceland, but I
Game
didn't
on.
realise it was Sweden as well, which tells you my really poor geography. But I can tell you that I also know it's the Aurora Borealis.
been fortunate enough to
180.
go to Sweden on a fair few occasions, and it is a beautiful country.
140.
Expensive, beautiful.
Probably why I haven't been there yet then.
Yeah, you wouldn't. You don't like buying a beer in Weatherspoons, never
97.
mind in Sweden. It's actually illegal to have cheap beer in Sweden.
140.
I'd get arrested then with what I go for.
$140.
This is by far an improved performance here from De Graaf. He's played
125.
2 games so far today, averaged
Jeffrey
79 in
require
both
84.
of those. He's now averaging 99 in this one.
$43.
Steve West
Steve,
is
you
going to
require
have to take
96.
this.
Should stay there. It's a good guide.
56. Jeffrey, you require 41.
Steve playing frustrated at the moment by the looks of things.
$9.
This will make
Steve,
him
you
feel a bit
require
better.
40.
Don't expect him to miss tops. Andy
Game shot on
doesn't.
the
Bang in the
fourth
middle.
leg, Steve West.
Pretty much. Gets the break back.
Is the success
Fifth
that
leg,
Steve
it's
West
Steve to
had
throw
in this
first.
building before,
Game on.
making Champions Week on 3 occasions, 100% record of making it through to
60.
finals night on the weeks, is that little bit of reputation maybe giving him a few opportunities here? Because in the last couple of games, players have had darts to take a big chunk of lead
180.
against him, and they've not been able to convert.
Yeah, I think his experience
140.
very aware of. Listen, you want to win all your games, but you're also aware of. Okay, it's not imperative
41.
to win all your games, and he's also aware that there will be peaks and troughs.
140.
It's how you deal with them, isn't it?
You're going to take the blows, you're going to take the hits, and how you
100.
respond, and
Steve,
he's
you require
responded well on all
161.
occasions so far. He's doing enough to get the victories, justifying favouritism for this group.
45.
That famous line in Rocky, isn't it? What about
120.
how hard you
Steve,
get
you
hit?
require 116.
Those
44.
iconic movie scenes going
Jeffrey, you
now, that
require
one.
60.
Probably been expecting 3 darts at this, but missed the
Game shot
board
on the
and
fifth leg. Jeffrey de Graaf.
polishes it up. The reason he missed the board, he was just trying to play safe, trying to stay away from the 2 darts that was in the treble and busting. We've seen it
Sixth
more than
leg,
you'd
it's Jeffrey
imagine.
to throw
Yeah, you've only
first.
got a. And people
Game
say you
on.
can't. You can't fluke a 180. Well, how many 180s you've seen bust?
59.
Or you've just caught the flight? You can throw a dart nowhere near that treble 20 sometimes, and it'll just catch the flight, get drawn in, and you'll hit a max.
134.
Yeah, if the 2 previous darts weren't in there, it was going nowhere near the treble.
And so many times as well, we see a player just try and put a bit more air on the shot, and then by doing
59.
that, the shoulder engages and they sort of loop it rather than extend it, which causes the dart to drop.
Yep.
43.
We spoke earlier about players who will
92.
be stood in the back room and looking at performances, and then when they run into that one performance of the day from a player, and they go, why did that have to happen against me?
81.
Steve West's one of those players that'll be very aware of that situation, and
Yeah, he would have seen the level of performance from de Graaf so
96.
far today and be thinking, where's this come from? And why against me?
99.
that might not be enough for West. He may need to take this depending on what de Graaf can find. Another one of those puts Steve West
134.
in a world of trouble
Steve, you
here.
require 144.
Unless, no.
58. Jeffrey, you
We've seen
require
people
61.
start slow today and improve their performance. Simon Adams started with a 79 average. The last time we saw him it was 107, but it's only going to be 1 dart. It's going to be no darts.
Struggled finding big numbers. He threw one out of the
25.
board at 59, didn't he?
Steve, you require 86.
And on the 60 as well, but Steve West gets a stroke of luck.
Sure, of the big 18. And very
61.
nearly getting the reward,
Jeffrey,
and
you
it
require 36.
moved the ball wire.
Game shot undermatched.
And Jeffrey de Graaf
Jeffrey de Graaf.
grows in confidence as the day goes on, and he has started. Just having a little look here. Steve West not happy with something. The one thing he won't be happy with is the result, though. A 4-2 victory there for Jeffrey de Graaf, who started his day not very well at all. 279 averages, 2 defeats, but he's turned it around with a 92 average. Jeffrey de Graaf has arrived here at the Super Series, and he's showing that form that he's going to be taking to the World Championship. Coming up next, Tony Wood, Ben Robb.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Jeffrey de Graaf get the better of Steve West by 4-2. That's our 9th game of the day come and gone. And this is what we have seen already. 3 rounds down prior to that 4-2 victory for Jeffrey de Graaf. Ben Robb got the better of Marco Kantele by that same scoreline. But the performance of the round went in by way of Simon Adams. He got the better of Tony Wood by 4-1. An astonishing 107 average, all told, in that particular fixture. We were wondering what we were going to see from Simon Adams today, and boy, did he deliver. This 92 checkout, putting in 3-0 to the good of his celebration, which is a give of thanks. I was speaking to him in the break, and there is, again, a celebration finishing off the match by 4-1. So he is beginning to become a bit the pace setter today, following that opening defeat to Steve West. He's won back-to-back matches, and this is how the table correlates after 3 rounds of fixtures. As you can see, nicely split, 3 players on 4, 3 players on 2. It's congealing quite nicely as far as the table is concerned. But another one of those players in prime contention is Ben Robb. He's in action up against Tony Wood. It is our 10th game of the session, and downstairs it's Matt and Chris on comms.
Thank you very much, Henry. So, very congested table at the moment, with 3 on 4 points, 3 on 2 points. One of those on 2 points is Tony Wood. He's looking to pick up a 2nd win of the day. This is a toughie. Only make Ben Robb favourite here, would you?
Before the day, I would have, and as the day's gone on, you would do so as well.
First
But
leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Without drama
Game
for
on.
Ben Robb, and I think that's where the concern would lie. At the start of the day, Ben Robb was available at odds of 1-2 to win this match. It is now 8-15, so no real move
81.
on Ben Robb. And if anything, there's a little bit of a punt here on Tony Wood.
Yeah, well, it was a big improvement last time out for Tony. Although in defeat, did average
43.
88.34. Time out, Ben Robb won against Marco with a 81.09. So, any real fear for Tony?
26.
Certainly knows he can play at a level to cause all of the players in this Group A problems.
42.
Well, in the last game, we had a look at Sweden and seen what that was famous for as the now residents of Jeffrey de Graaf. So only fair that we do the same for Ben Robb and we see what New Zealand's famous for. Ultimately, it's rugby team,
60.
the All Blacks. Culture and heritage with stunning landscapes like national parks, glaciers, lakes and mountains.
It's a country certainly on my bucket list.
140.
Is that because it was the filming location for The Lord of the Rings?
I didn't know that, but no.
Also, adventure activities, bungee jumping, skiing and hiking.
Another no.
80.
I'll find something in a minute that you're going to want to do there.
Wine.
58.
Yes,
Also
that's on the list.
Tony, you
famous
require
for its
154.
Sauvignon Blanc.
Yes.
In the regions of
94.
I do believe.
Yeah, it's activity number 6, food and wine.
Oh, there you go.
Well known for its lamb.
180.
Yes, I do believe there's
Tony, you
more
require
sheep
60.
than people.
You've nailed it. Yeah, that's number 8. You've been Googling as well.
$20.
Don't
Ben,
even
you
have my
require
laptop out.
38.
No split here. Straight for it for
Shot on
Ben
the
Robb and
first
straight
leg,
in the
Ben
double.
Robb.
Yeah, real missed opportunity there for Tony Wood to hold throw after that max.
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first.
So
Game on.
the max to leave. The double 19 just applied a bit of pressure on Tony Wood's tops attempt.
85.
The players now should be well settled. Had
55.
a few players before, haven't we, in the Worlds from New Zealand? Apart from Ben Robb.
Yeah, there was
134.
Parry.
That's it. Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
Hoops.
Oops, yeah.
Had a good year this year. He won on the
100.
World Series tour as well. Certainly the
100.
real standouts on that part of the world at the moment are the Australian side of the coin, but New Zealand rapidly catching them up with some fine talent coming through. And Ben Robb, a lot of
64.
people think this is the man that's going to fly that flag. He's won 6 titles over in New Zealand, which is why he comes over to the Alexandra Palace with a little bit of reputation.
47. $97. Ben, you require 135. $95.
Talk about the dominance of Ben Robb. His seasonal percentage in terms of wins is 89%.
Wow.
That means he's winning
100.
pretty much 9
Ben, you
every 10
require
games he
40.
plays.
Yeah, that's a very impressive return.
$30. Tony, you require 85.
9 out of 10. Won't be double attempts like that. 20 ball for Tony. Bonus. Double 5.
75. Ben, you require
Same target
10.
for Ben, double 5 to double his lead. Settled, looking a bit flustered.
Game shot
That
on the
should help
second
the
leg.
situation
Ben
there
Robb.
for Ben Robb. And when we talk about a 9 out of 10 times that he wins a game,
Third
when you
leg.
think most
It's Tony to
tournaments
throw
are going to be
first.
like 6 or 7
Game
wins to
on.
win a tournament, that means he's more likely to win a tournament than,
Can be knocked out.
yeah.
60.
Got a high average of 115.04, so we know he's got something special in the locker as well.
Yeah, that's a nice high ceiling.
60.
Seen anything like that from him today so far?
$125.
My average of the day is in defeat, an 87.85.
Just having a little look through the
140.
list of players he actually beat to get to the PDC World Championship, and it's 2 of the players that we actually mentioned already. He beat Warren Parry in round number 2, 6-5. Average just shy of a 94, and he beat Hoops in the final with an average just shy of 95.
So the format for that, best of 11?
So, best of 11
140.
earlier on, and then he beat Hoops 8-4. So,
That's a lot of legs. So that's a more impressive performance.
we know he can hit the highs. He's had the 115 average, and we know he's got the consistency to average that over the 12 legs, which is why he carries this reputation around with him.
And it's exactly hovering around the number we mentioned, which is
Tony, you require 116.
16 darters. Always going to be tricky.
60. Ben, you require 24.
For a double breaker throw.
Game Game shot on the third
Again,
leg.
over to that
Ben Robb.
beautifully positioned double six. Perfect for a right-handed dart player, and he'll love that even more right
Fourth
now.
leg,
He's one
it's
leg
Ben to
away.
throw
He's got
first.
4 opportunities
Game
to do
on.
it.
14 darter, leg 3.
$57. $100.
He was topping the Northeast in terms of the
99.
ADC ranking table. Not sure if he's still the top.
$100. $96.
But Ben Robb will be getting used to the TV stages by now. He's played at the World Championship a few times. Also been playing on the World Series. Played World Series of Darts number 5 this year. Lost in the last 16, 6-2 to Danny Noppert. Did average 98 on that occasion
91.
as well.
More impressive numbers.
140.
Played here last year in his preparation for the World Championship. Got through to the semi-final stage, losing out to Peter Jakes. On that night,
100. Ben,
beat
you require
Chaz Barstow,
109.
who was a weekly winner not too long ago, and Dylan Slevin. He's had a good time as of late on the PDC Pro Tour,
57.
played in the recent Players
Tony, you
Championship
require
finals as well.
110.
But it's 110 here for Tony Wood, or it might be the last darts he throws in this match.
So unfortunate with dart 1, just
24.
right of the target.
Ben, you
52
require
for Ben
52.
Robb. Wrap up a rock solid 4-0 win.
Game shot.
Does
Under mark.
exactly
Ben
that, and
Robb.
that won't do his leg difference any harm as he goes to the top of the table on 6 points and +6 legs difference. 180 apiece for the players there, but Ben Robb winning 4-0 with an 87.13. When we come back, Jeffrey de Graaf back in action against the impressive Simon Adams.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, we saw Ben Robb get the better of Tony Wood by 4-0. Next up for us, it is Jeffrey de Graaf in action up against Simon Adams, who really has lit up the Super Series today. He's been smiling from the second he's walked into the door, and he continues to smile now. It's the sort of happy energy that could really rub off on Matthew Edgar. You could do with some cheering up, and Mason's going to try his best to do that as well.
Well, not quite sure about that, Henry, but and he's given us plenty to smile about today, that's for sure, and no more so than last time out, where he produced an average of 107.05. Has he had an higher average than that anywhere else, do we think, Matt?
I'm going to confirm that if I can, but I don't think he has.
No, I don't think so.
The highest average I've got so far on record is a 93.94, which is the average he hit in the final of the World Championship qualifier.
Oh, there you go, setting PBs. Certainly something for the highlight reel and to show family and friends, or I'm sure tuning in. So welcome
85.
along to everybody in South Africa tuned in, and Holland or Sweden, or why don't you let us know where you are watching the darts and who you're supporting? You can get in touch with us across all the social media platforms at MSS Darts on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and X, formerly known as Twitter.
58.
Edgar will have the app open in the commentary box. Any questions or comments? And like I said, let us know where you're watching and who you're supporting. Be good to hear from you.
30.
Just to clarify further a point, though, just because that average, which we say about on record being a 94, just shy of for Simon Adams, a lot of the time what we don't get in these tournaments that a lot of the players playing in the various countries is they don't use new systems such as the Dart Connect system. So he's probably been playing
85.
averages over 100. They've just not been recorded. It's mostly on pen
not
and
been
paper.
an official competition.
Yeah. Like I played in Serbia recently on a WDF ranked
99.
event there, and it was done on pen and paper.
Wow.
$100.
That's another one for your
Jeffrey, you require
great
120.
excuse list. I had to chalk, and I got chalk on my fingers.
$100.
Actually, one
Simon,
of the
you
things that
require
puts me off going to certain
161.
tournaments like the Dutch Opens, winner marks.
Yeah.
$51. Jeffrey, you require 20.
That's like getting a participation medal.
Game shot on the first leg. Jeffrey de Graaf.
I did actually. Don't you know what it's like? You go there and you get the rules and it says winner marks, and I thought, what'll happen is I'll
Second
win the
leg, it's
game,
Simon to
and the other
throw
guy goes,
first.
"Don't worry about it,
Game
mate.
on.
I'll
I'll
mark.
do it." Never once.
Well, years ago, when you were
60.
a top 16 player, maybe a top 32, you'd have your own VIP room and you'd play on a TV lane. So you would
140.
have all the practice boards there, and then an official would escort you down to your lane. You'd play and then get escorted back. So there was no marking.
I got in the VIP room. I just didn't get on
60.
the lanes. It's quite funny that because it didn't go down too well with certain people because it was my first ever tournament and I had the
99.
pass.
And I bet you didn't wind them up too much either.
No, I never mentioned it once. It's more like 99 times.
41.
You know, this game isn't always just one on the board. There's plenty that can be won in the practice room.
Absolutely.
You think we've got a player here that might be a
58.
practice room leader? Maybe Steve West?
Yeah. Yeah, possibly.
$100.
Jeffrey de Graaf just doing enough at the moment.
60.
Certainly seeing a different side of Simon Adams in this particular game.
45. Jeffrey, you require 144.
The treble 20s, or always got on the 18s. 72 scored. He's 72.
120.
Beautiful darts from de Graaf, who would have been sending up the distress signals at the start of the day.
95. Jeffrey, you require 24.
To double his lead, to break the throw of Simon Adams, who's a long way off that performance of the last match.
Game shot on the second
There it is
leg.
again,
Jeffrey
double
de
six
Graaf.
first dart. It's a beautiful double.
Seen a few double sixes.
Third
Well, on
leg,
this
it's
day,
Jeffrey to throw first.
courtesy
Game
of
on.
Ollie Chris Murphy, who reminded me of this on this day 12 months ago exactly. Graham Usher
93.
was our week 6 winner. Didn't go on to play Champions Week, of course, because he selfishly got a tour card.
100.
I have a sneaky suspicion we may have the same problem this year.
Yes. Great.
180.
Also going to see a fair few coming back who are Super Series regulars. And of course, we're going to get a new group of
60.
players that will then be available if they don't have a tour card. That's the only limit we have on players, is the 128 tour card holders who are
58.
not eligible to compete here at the Super Series.
Can I make a prediction for next year?
Go on.
And please, somewhere, clip this up, because this you can play this over when it
60.
happens. In
Jeffrey
2024,
require
a week will be
170.
won by Jeff Smith.
I agree.
60.
You can see the clip now. Jeff Smith lifts the trophy, and then they go back to the 4th of December 2023 at 1:04 in the afternoon, where Edgar says Jeff Smith wins one next year.
140. Jeffrey, you require 110.
So who else will win one? Richie Burnett.
44.
The player who might be eyeing
Simon,
up
you
that
require
Seniors World Championship.
141.
Oh. Be right in the mix, wouldn't he?
$65. Jeffrey, you require 66.
For 3-0.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very tidy.
Jeffrey de
3
Graaf.
from 5 on the doubles, 60%. Averaging 88.41. And it's something me and Matt spoke of earlier,
Fourth
the
leg, it's
range of
Simon to
certain
throw
players.
first.
Well, at the
Game on.
moment, Simon Adams is averaging 31 points less than he did in his previous game. That's a huge range.
Well, it also makes you wonder who played the first couple of games for Jeffrey de Graaf. Was it a Jeffrey de Graaf imposter? Because that was 79 average followed by a 79 average, and then
78.
now he's running around about the 90 for the last couple of matches. This is kind of the Jeffrey de Graaf I expected to see,
65.
around about the 90 mark. Competitive in all games and likely to win some games with ease.
140. $94.
You've been watching any of the
140.
WDF World Championships? No?
Yeah, I've been having a look, seeing how guys that we see here at the Super Series have been getting on.
I've seen Moreno Blom
140.
won yesterday.
Simon, you
I managed
require
to catch that one.
143.
James Richardson, a regular here at the Super
91.
Series.
Part of the furniture.
He's in round 2 today. Wide
58.
open event, that one.
Simon, you require
Don't think
52.
there's realistically a favourite.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Certainly
Simon
look forward
Adams.
to seeing you playing it next year.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Can't wait for that one.
5th
But
flag. It's
Simon
Jeffrey to throw
Adams.
first.
You've not played at Lakeside before,
Game
have you?
on.
No.
No.
No, never played there before. This will be a new one. I've done Ali Pali a few times, but
Yeah, it is literally an iconic venue for darts. We all
60.
sort of grew up on it, didn't we?
well, the thing is, any time, especially for like our generation, anytime you picked up a set of darts, there was 2 stages that you wanted to get, and it
140.
depended which road you wanted to go, which route you picked. Were you a BDO guy or PDC? But there was 2 stages that you'd want to play on. That was either the now Ali Pali or
59.
Lakeside.
Correct.
And I just think that go there next year, play on that, and I played on the 2 stages that any dart player would love to play on.
180.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to play at Lakeside many times, and then at the Tavern, and then at Ali Pali.
48.
That was in its old configuration. It's different now, and the stage is, as you know, absolutely enormous.
60.
The Ali Pali stage is 120 feet wide.
Makes you feel
Long.
small as well, doesn't
Yeah.
it, when you stand in the middle of it?
100.
Yeah, there's
Simon, you
no
require
place to hide.
121.
Ultimately, it makes the board feel small as well. That doesn't take the shot completely off. It's still available to him.
I always felt a long, long way away, the Ali Pali
37.
hockey. Grove just felt right. I loved the Tavern and the Winter Gardens
50.
and Lakeside, more compact.
Simon, you require 84.
Feel like the crowd were right on top of you.
Game shot on the 5th flag. Simon Adams.
Battling back well was De Graaf, who was hovering around the 90 average after 3 legs. Well, that's
6th
dropped
flag,
right
it's
off.
Simon to throw
83.73.
Game on.
Adams now around 88. Picked his game up.
Well, this is, again, good qualities here from Simon Adams. Yes, he had that great performance in the
64.
last game and everything was going well and he had the 107, and it's easy to continue to do the right things when you're doing the right things. But what we're seeing here from Simon Adams is a different style of performance. One where he
58.
didn't have a double for the first 3 legs, and now he's clawing it back, 100% on the doubles, giving himself opportunities.
Yeah, showing a bit of grit, isn't he?
140. $140.
Starting to get that first dart right again. That was a key feature of his opening matches.
100.
First dart straight in the treble 20 just sort of settles you down for the rest of the visit when you've got that minimum requirement done at the first opportunity.
133. $28. Jeffrey, you require 170. 100. $137. Jeffrey requires 70.
To resist the challenge of Simon Adams.
Game shot,
Oh,
undermatch.
and Jeffrey de Graaf wraps it up. A really good game there that was to and fro. De Graaf raced into a 3-0 lead before we saw more good qualities there from Simon Adams, fighting back to bring it within a leg of levelling up. He was sat ready to poise to strike. He didn't get his opportunity. A big 70 finish there for Jeffrey de Graaf to get his second victory of the day. Coming up next, Marco Kantele taking on a man who's hoping to get his form back on track, Steve West.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. There before the break, we saw an improved performance from Jeffrey de Graaf, a 4-2 victory against Simon Adams, who was 2 from 2 on the checkouts, but de Graaf getting over the line, a 4-2 victory. The final game of the fourth round of fixtures sees Marco Kantele back in action up against Steve West. And watching this one down in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar is alongside Chris Mason.
Henry. Yeah, chance for Steve West to right the wrongs from last time out, that seen him go down to a resurgent Jeffrey de Graaf, who backed that win up with another win last time out. Again, the pace of this one, you would think, will be a bit of a challenge for Westy. We do know about him is terrier-like, and after a disappointing performance,
First leg,
usually
it's Marco to throw
bounces
first.
back with a
Game on.
big performance. Our referee, Jack Garwood, one of the Line Darts team, of course.
60.
if you get one bounce out, we'd normally call that 60 floor, but what do you call it when there's two?
180.
Double 60 floor?
Gonna call it early.
55.
Leslie, of course, has had a 9 here and had a couple of close calls. Wow.
45. 85.
See if that 180 means the 6 darts that West has thrown is already greater than the 9 of Kantele, and
180.
kicking on even further. 2 180s in the opening leg for Steve West, which you were kind of leading towards predicting. You just missed the 45 in the middle.
Just delete the 45 out. Possible
85.
11 darter.
Steve, you require 96.
A lovely visit
56.
over the last couple of weeks. First from John Lowe popped in, which was lovely. Had a Sunday afternoon with Lowy. And last Thursday, Adrian Lewis and Peter Manley were on their way up to a
100.
venue
Steve, you
near
require
the pub
40.
to do an exhibition.
Game shot on the first
Adrian
leg.
Lewis in
Steve West.
fine spirits. Lost a little bit more weight again. Looks well.
Second leg.
Nice to
It's
see
Steve
him
to
with
throw
a
first. Game
Smile on
on.
his face. Peter Manley, of course, being the typical wind-up merchant.
60.
When has he never been, eh?
Loves it.
I think he loves that more than the actual playing of the
120.
darts, as we've got another dart on the floor here for Kantele. This time 120 floor.
Yes, beat me to it.
60. 140.
In different leg from one for Westy.
121.
More like it. It's back in the leg. Still aware that forward a mistake.
100.
Steve West will be very aware of the danger that Marco Kantele poses, because he'd have been in and around
Marco,
the
you
Pro
require
Tour the same time that Steve
141.
West had his big stint. It's one of those players that if you drew in the first round, you'd be quietly happy about.
55.
And then when the game starts, you
require
realise the
80.
danger that he poses, and it just always keeps you on your toes. I mean, that's a nice lie for tops, but you'd have done
40.
with not throwing it off
Marco,
the
you
board. I think
require
that's
86.
often the over-aggressive road.
Yeah, I always used to throw effectively what felt like a safe one, so it'd be more bottom wire of the top, so at least I'd hit a 20.
61.
The line was lovely.
Steve, you require 40.
Marginally short.
No score. Marco, you require 25.
Couldn't get any closer apart from being in with dart 3. He won for double 12. Oh no, 9.
Game shot on the second leg. Marco Kantele. Third leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
Went away a few legs today, Steve. Very generous of him.
Well, it's Christmas.
140.
You all ready for Christmas?
Oh, I stepped in a long time ago.
95.
Big fan of Christmas. I understand you've actually gone for a tree this year, haven't you?
Yes, yes. Well, I was almost forced into it. Made the mistake
100.
of suggesting that maybe we should start doing a few decorations, which turned into buying a £140 tree, and now it looks like
60.
Hunter's Grotto.
£140 tree. You're going to have to work quarter of a day to cover that, aren't you, Chris?
60. 100.
Kantele. Back-to-back legs to lead 2-1. In a good spot here. Fancying the job.
137. 96. Marco, you require 64.
Double 16. Turn this one around.
Game shot on the
Nice,
third leg. Marco
clean
Kantele.
finish from Marco Kantele, and Steve West has got stuff to ponder here.
Yes.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Similar to last game out against De Graaf, where he missed a couple of opportunities and just couldn't quite recover.
140.
Solid leg from Marco. 15 darter. It's in clinical at the end of the leg.
78.
When you look across the performance from both players today, and again we use that word, the range, that seems to be the issue for both.
125.
Steve West ranging 13 points across his 3 matches from highest to lowest, 76 the low, 89 the high. For Marco, 23
100.
points the range, 66 ranging to 89.
Yeah, Westy's not got out of first gear yet for me.
100.
Priority on day one of Group A is to win more than you lose. Get to 6 points
57.
minimum.
Steve, you require 136. Game shot on the fourth
Beautiful
leg.
finish
Steve
there from
West.
Steve West. That's just, again, a sign of a man who loves tops, to discover routes like
Fifth
the
leg,
2
it's
treble
Marco to throw
16s
first.
to leave your favourite double.
Game on.
Big fan of that.
Trying to think of the other options he had to leave tops on 3-6, maybe
59.
54-42.
He could have had the treble 20 double 18 tops.
Yep.
But like that, 2 darts in the same area of the
60.
board
Yes.
on the 48.
And we used the 48 quite a lot in several other combination outs. But it's not an unused treble by the players. A
133.
lot of them use it on the 72 shot.
It's one of the power 5, isn't it? And a lot of the times
Yes.
when you practice games such as like cricket
45.
routines, a lot of the time they use those power 5, the 20s to the 15s.
Yep. If I'm doing my practice routine, which is 1 to the ball on doubles, but you've got to hit 2 in one visit minimum to
133.
move on to the next one. I do the same on trebles, but start from 10. I'm not one that uses the
134.
treble 9 on 67 or the treble 7 on 61, so I don't bother with those.
100. $121. Marco, you require 76.
At the moment, Westy's averaging 97.34 to Kantele's 90.31.
$68.
And that's
Steve,
the
you
advantage of
require
having the throw. You can
141.
average just a little bit less than your opponent and still get the victory. Kantele would be a leg away from
137.
victory if he can find
Marco, you
8
require
points.
8. Game shot on the 5th leg.
Nice
Marco
adjustment from
Kantele.
Kantele, and he's now 1 leg away from his 2nd victory of the day, but ultimately would give
6th leg,
Steve
it's
West
Steve to throw
his
first.
2nd defeat of the day,
Game on.
which the day 1, he'd have been hoping for more than a possible 6-point haul. Especially opening up
140.
Group A as big favourite. He was 13-10 at the start of the day. Was questioned. I think it might have just been a little bit too tight. Maybe there's going to be a bit more
40.
value there tomorrow.
Traditionally, you just tend to most ease his way in, doesn't he? And he gets the damage
83.
done on a Tuesday and a Wednesday.
Worrying thing for Steve West is his last game of the day would be against Ben Robb. Ben Robb currently top of the table as things stand, winning 3 out of
80.
his 4 fixtures. And that range of performance for Ben Robb is in single figures. We're talking 6 points. So he's got that level of consistency.
108.
This looks like a game that's going to go the distance. Something that hasn't happened too often today.
It's a 4th max for Steve West.
Only 1 game going the distance. That was
121.
Steve West's victory
Steve, you
over
require
Tony Wood, where he
98.
broke the throw in the deciding leg. He'd have to do the same here against
58.
Kantele.
$121. Steve, you require 40. Game shot on the 6th
Oh, we do
leg.
go all the way
Steve
for the
West.
2nd time today, and it's the 2nd time we go all the way in a game involving Steve West.
7th and final leg. It's Marco to throw first.
101.64 the average for West now, after that 13 dart leg. 771 Kantele.
97.
Well, as we mentioned earlier, you'd be looking for one big treble a turn. More Steve's hand into trying to produce
60.
a 12 darter, and that's going to be tough now after starting with 60.
$47.
Timing over averages. Never been
95.
more pronounced than right now. 14 points difference, but Kantele still has the advantage in this game right now to go on and win.
Yep.
If he can just time these next sort of 9 darts.
60. 97.
Big treble that. Applied a bit of pressure.
$43.
Oh, it's all gone wrong in this leg for Marco. You talk about timing, Matty. How about that?
Perfect. forces the maximum now from Marco, and even then, he's got to hope that Steve West doesn't take the 78. Steve West showing that quality again in a last leg shootout against the
96.
darts.
Steve, you require 78.
Quality that led to quite a good career on the PDC, qualifying for many majors.
Game shot, undermatch.
And Steve West gets over the line. It looked unlikely at one point, but it's that timing. The timing coming in for West. The maximum visit on the 19s, the 171, the difference maker in the last leg shootout. And the 101, the average for Steve West, our second ton plus average of the day. And it goes to the man who was favourite to win this group. Coming up next, Jeffrey de Graaf hopes to keep his winning run going against Tony Wood.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Steve West get the better of Marco Kantele by 4 legs to 3, that being the final game of the 4th round of fixtures. And this is how the table occupies itself. Steve finds himself on 6 points alongside Ben Robb at the beginning of the table. It's a very uniformed league table with Simon Adams and Jeffrey de Graaf picking up 2 wins apiece, whilst Marco Kantele and Tony Wood with a solitary win to their name. And so into the final round of fixtures we go now, and the Swede Jeffrey de Graaf has the opportunity to make it 3 players tied at the top temporarily on 6 points if he can get the better of Wood. Watching this one, it's Chris and Matt.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, fascinating little encounter this one could be. It is an opportunity for Tony to take himself off the foot of the table. For Jeffrey, get himself joint top on to 6 points. Would your 50 pence be on this one, Matt?
I think you've kind of got to go with the increased form
First leg,
line
it's
of
Jeffrey to throw
Jeffrey de
first.
Graaf, who's won his last couple of
Game
matches.
on.
Certainly improving from game 1 or 2 and getting used to the task here now, Jeffrey de Graaf, and what is expected at the Super Series. But Tony Wood is a man who's been here already and succeeded. So plenty of questions here that I think will get answered in the opening couple of legs.
Yeah, and Jeffrey's wins coming against the two players with the two highest averages of the day. One of them against Steve West,
137.
who just wrapped up a 4-3 win over Marco with 101.42, and then his other win
60
coming against Simon Adams, where Simon, of course, averaged 107.05.
$140. $97.
But Tony Wood, when you've had a day like he's had and he's only got the one victory from his 4 matches, you can come into this last game and it's almost like the fear of losing has now gone. So you end up playing a lot better.
Yeah, it just allows you to play with a bit more freedom, doesn't it?
51. Tony
He's
requires
certainly doing that here. All 3 visits having 2 major trebles. It could be an 11-darter here to break the throw of Jeffrey de Graaf. It is.
On the first leg,
A
Tony
fine
Wood.
start to the day there for Tony Wood in this one.
Yeah, and it'll be Jeffrey this time
Second
going,
leg, it's Tony to throw
oh,
first.
where has this come from?
Game on. $85. $100.
Is it me or has Tony Wood just got a slight bit quicker here in this one?
Yeah, I think he has, you know. Picked up
41.
the pace a smidge.
Sometimes you can always try to be too deliberate, like you're trying to place the darts in the board rather than actually just trusting yourself and
59.
propelling the dart.
Yeah, well, that falls into that category of just trying a little bit too hard. Looks, he picked up on it straight away. He's just playing with a bit more freedom.
89.
It's one of the greatest games in the world, isn't it, when you feel comfortable and happy up there?
100.
Yep.
It's a feeling that's so hard to describe as well and to...
And replicate it. You don't seem to have, just on those, and still
100.
Still now I can sort of pick the darts up and it just feels like I've never put them down. And then I'll throw on the exactly same board and at the same
100.
time the following day, and it feels like I've never picked them up.
Frustrating old game, isn't
60.
it, darts?
Yeah.
Jeffrey, you require 142.
Well,
Game shot on the
not a
second
route
leg.
I'm particularly
Jeffrey de Graaf.
familiar with on 142, treble 19, treble
Third leg,
19,
it's
double
Jeffrey to throw
14.
first. Game on.
And that's frustrating when you're Tony and you come out and you hit a big leg in and you get that breaker throw and then you lose it straight away.
100.
And he threw 15 darts in that leg, did Tony Wood.
140.
Yeah, another 2 treble visit.
$140.
Been really impressed with de Graaf though, how he's grown into this.
Yes. Yes, I'm also impressed. I say he was a player that When I first watched him play at
140.
Lakeside, I thought he could be a bit of a player.
And I suppose this is one of the hard things for De Graaf at the moment, because he's almost having like a second wave of being Jeffrey De Graaf.
Yeah.
Because he had that bit of a period of time where he wasn't playing, then he relocated. So this is like a new version, but we're always going to judge it as, or see it as one player.
41.
We're going to look back to what
Jeffrey
he did in
require
his first
81.
wave, where we know he's got experience, and we don't see him coming to the Super Series as an inexperienced player, but he is in this format.
63.
Like I say, he seems to be warming to the task. Players averaging 102 in the early stages of this one.
140. Jeffrey require 18.
Quality game.
Nine. Tony, you require
Well,
40.
This will hurt. Gonna get third consecutive break of throw.
Game shot on the third leg. Tony Wood.
Yes, we are, and that's 24 darts thrown from Tony Wood against the throw to
Fourth
get the
leg,
two
it's
breaks.
Tony to throw first. Game
Yeah.
on.
11 darter in leg one. That was a 13.
$41.
Kicks off on throw. 41.
96.
You can get into that habit, certainly in a close game, where you sort of overemphasize the importance of who throws first. And you can sort of pick legs out where I need to win this one's not, and you end up getting into that
85.
sort of poor psychology where you over-egg certain legs and you're trying to dip in and out.
Oh,
140. $41.
on throw. Tony's having an absolute mare.
94.
Stage to the left is a large monitor that basically acts as a
100.
chalkboard for the players. All the scores are written on there as they would be on a chalkboard. When you have a leg like this, you look at them and you think, oh,
97.
no. What is that bag of nails?
So sometimes those computers that just show you what's hit and what's next.
When I played in that World Seniors and the average is there on the screen, I'm like, what is that doing there? So off-putting.
100.
Not if you're averaging
Jeffrey
100.
requires 74.
When you're averaging 70, you're like, take it off.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jeffrey De
15
Graaf.
dart break. His second 15 dart breaker throw. Yeah, the graphic you see at the end of the match, you'll often see
Fifth
the
leg, it's
players
Jeffrey
look
to
over
throw
their shoulder
first.
just to
Game
check
on.
what their numbers are. They're only aware of their scores and the leg score. The monitor.
140.
See any indication of averages throughout the game.
Something you'll see Michael Van Geuren do as well, isn't it? When you see him on the Pro
Tour.
Tours, straight to the tablet, see what the average
100.
was.
Yeah, players like to check out their stats.
The one, I don't mind people looking at the stats. I don't mind people being invested or interested in them.
97.
But the bit I don't like is people judge how happy they are with the win based on
The average.
Yeah.
And the thing is, in a best of 11, even more so here, best of 7. But best of 11, you could have one ropey leg where you're both missing doubles. It could be a key leg. It could be one of those swing legs. That'll ultimately bring your average down, but that then is not a real reflection
43.
of your level of play across the entirety of the match.
No, absolutely. Fully agree. The one I always use as a great example is the 83 and the 93 example, which is the same amount of visits to the board.
Exactly that, same amount of turns, isn't it?
So you've had no extra control of the match, but if you average 93, people go, oh, okay, you look quite competitive there. And if you average 83, people go, oh, you must have got lucky to get that one with an 83.
57.
Well, it's like the huge difference between 13 darters and 15 darters in terms of average, but very similar to 16 to 18 darts. It's just not knocking up first dart or
60.
not leaving a double after
Jeffrey
12.
require 164. $132.
Gonna see first hold a throw.
99. Jeffrey, you require 32. Game shot on the fifth leg. Jeffrey de Graaf.
And he knows the importance of that as well, to put himself a leg away from winning this match. A bit of a G up there from
Sixth
de
leg,
Graaf.
it's Tony
And
to
that's
throw
the experience there
Game
of
on.
de Graaf coming through, knowing when is an important time to strike.
Loads wood with huge pressure.
100. $100.
Tony Wood has rose the performance in this game, but has he brought it up enough?
59.
And I don't like the 19s there. I'd prefer the 17s.
Correct. It's mathematically the best route.
60.
Can't do 3, 4, 2, and 6, of course. Do 3, 4, 4.
Well, essentially, a 3-4-2, you're still 9 darts away from a possible win, which is where you started.
Yeah. Yeah, good point.
Here comes that timing once again. Again is Jeffrey de
180.
Graaf. Puts in his second maximum of this game, and he puts himself onto a finish.
Yeah, it's not Nico's 350 in 6, but 3-1-4-1 in
40.
6 is still a bit special.
Jeffrey, you require 161.
I don't think he'd be going for the ball anyway. With Wood back on 2-4-2. Could use the ball here. I think it's the right shot.
$137.
When you can do that, you don't need to play percentages on the bullseye.
It looks like he's going to retaliate against Tony Wood, who's got a couple of big legs in
100.
already himself today.
Jeffrey, you require 24.
It's for a 13 darter and the win 4-2, and to join the likes of Ben Robb and Steve West on 6 points.
Game shot.
And
the match,
again, we
Jeffrey
see
de
the
Graaf.
double 6 found, and a very good performance. It was a day where he just made continued progress. You can see what it means to him there. 96.95 the average. Beautiful 1-4-2 finish in there. 40% on the doubles. A couple of 180s. When we come back, it will be Steve West taking on Ben Robb for P1 on the table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and it's felt like he hasn't been away, has it, Ben Robb, at the Super Series? A really good day one, and we always expect big things from Steve West in the Super Series arena. These two are the pace setters as far as the group is concerned, but before the break, they had company on 6 points. Jeffrey de Graaf getting the better of Tony Wood by 4 legs to 2. Well, the winner of this 14th game of 15 will be the table topper going into day two's action here at the Super Series, and commentating on all the action, Matthew Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yeah, it was a good bounce back from Steve West last time out after tasting defeat to de Graaf. Bounced back with a 4-3 win over Marco with a 1.42 average in a very entertaining game.
First leg, it's Steve to throw first.
One of these is going to make it 4 from 5.
Before the start of the day, you have a look at the lineup, you have a look at the field, and I would have said that this was the main event of the day.
30.
And it's sort of just come at an ideal time as well for both players here, because one of them's going to get an opportunity to put a bit of a gap overnight.
80.
Yep, and be the overnight leader. Always sleep a little bit better when you're at the top of the table. You're a bit of a
41.
football fan. Did you see that Man City Tottenham game yesterday?
I didn't. No, I missed that yesterday.
Wow, what a thriller.
60.
Say that one, because this one could be similar at 3-3.
140.
I do believe Steve is a Spurs fan.
He is. First thing he did when he got down here yesterday was get the game on the telly. I've shown my support this morning as well
100.
with a Tottenham cake.
You had a Tottenham cake.
Yeah, it's kind of like
108.
school dinner cake, but with like pink icing. I've had better.
41. Steve, you require 110. $90.
Just in tops, but we'll be back.
$47. Steve, you require
And
20.
Robb yet to find his scoring boots.
Game shot on the first leg. Steve West.
Steve West puts the boot in. First strike to West.
Second leg, it's Ben to throw first. Game on. $58.
There on Steve West's shirt, something mating to Luke.
60.
Last weekend, I suggest I may change my name by default to Luke. Luke's winning all
78.
over the place.
You buying into the theory then of superstitions, like when a player changes their walk-on song and then they start playing better, or when they play better in a new shirt?
96. $100.
Tiger Woods, of course, always used to wear a red shirt on for the final round.
137. Steve, you require 161.
Beautiful dart. Treble 17 would have gave him a dart of the ball, but that is the next
Ben,
best
you
thing. A
require
perfect settle from
132.
Steve West.
Row 19 would have left the ball.
92.
Steve West here,
Steve, you require
averaging
24.
close to a 105.
Game shot on a
Finds
second
double
leg.
12 for a
Steve West.
13 dart leg and 2-0 up, and he's replicating his level of play here. He
Third
produced
leg, it's
against
Steve to
Marco.
throw
This
first.
is impressive stuff.
Game on.
Up to optimum level right now. He had 2 180s in the match.
100.
We have had a 200 averages so far today. The 107.05 for Simon Adams in his
44.
third game. Steve West, the last time he was on this hockey, had 101.42.
100.
Well and truly on course for giving us a third ton-topping average. Ben Robb at the
96.
moment offering no resilience, no resistance. Gonna have to get his skates on and fast.
120.
Have you already done your preview for the Worlds on your channel, Matt?
I haven't yet.
140.
And part of the reason for that is because I feel like I need a little bit more time on it because I think it's more open than it's ever been.
177.
What he did a 137 on 141, and I'm sure he was going for treble 7 and straight into the 19s. And he's
140.
done it again there to
Steve,
leave
you require 4.
double 2. Twos never lose.
No score.
Well, he looked
Ben,
a
you
mile
require
clear not long
81.
ago, and
Yeah.
that back-to-back 140s from Ben Robb has given him the shot of the 81. That eliminates the chance of getting single to bull. Great recovery. Steve West expected he was
65.
nodding along in the
Steve, you
background.
require 4.
He'll be more than happy, though. It was a missed opportunity there for Ben Robb.
111.
2.
Wow.
Ben, you require 16.
Very fortunate to be getting another go here.
Game
And he
shot on the
finds the
third
double.
leg. Ben Robb.
After your initial look, do you have any players shortlisted that you think
4th leg. It's Ben to throw
Well,
first.
possibly win
Game
or make
on.
the final?
I mean, you can't ignore Humphries. Van Gerwen.
134.
I've just got a sneaky suspicion, and I'm trying to talk myself out of it for some reason. Gary Anderson. I feel he's going to win something soon.
85.
I think the gaps and breaks between the games is going to be a benefit for him. I think the set play is going to be a benefit for him. I wouldn't be surprised if Anderson does it.
140. $180.
Third of the game for Steve West.
140.
Looking good. 2 apiece.
98. Ben, you require 87. Game shot on the 4th leg.
get a
Ben
bullseye.
Robb.
We will, of course, both be at the Live Lounge Live.
5th leg. It's Steve to throw first.
Sure, we'll be
Game on.
having our 2 penneth on the World Championship preview.
40.
We think it's going to have deep runs. I know I don't really like calling them outsiders, but they're not really at the top of
83.
everyone's selections. But I'm with you with Gary Anderson. And I got a feeling Pricey might get it all together this year and
21.
have a serious assault on that title.
It's all unravelling a bit here for Steve West. The lead has gone.
100.
The bounce out. And then at 21, he's finding himself in a bit of trouble here.
This is the way to bounce back.
180.
And the flick of the head, the roll of the eyes just indicates exactly what we was feeling. He's feeling exactly the same.
Yeah,
60.
4 180s and a 177.
Tell you who I think could have a bit of a run, potentially to the quarter-final, is our back-to-back champion here, Luke Littler.
Yeah, I like his draw.
98. 100. Ben, you require 160.
Well, this could be a great recovery and turnaround here from Steve West, who only scored 61 points in his first 6 starts. Mentioned earlier, this 100, a ideal finish for him. Normally means he can leave his favourite tops, but he scratches his head a little bit there.
76.
And Ben Robb, a chance to turn this around. He was 2-0 down.
Just for 3 on the spin.
Game shot on the
being
fifth leg.
outplayed
Ben Robb.
in a few departments. It's Robb now throwing for the match and to top
Sixth
the
leg.
table.
It's Ben to throw first. Game on.
Stems from leg 3, doesn't it?
100.
Yeah, West has been okay in the terms of the 180s. Hit 4 of those in this match and just 5 legs of darts.
60.
He's now in big trouble. 40 points down on the opening exchanges. Ben Robb just opening up a gap.
100.
I thought West had a little bit too much in the locker for Ben Robb.
100.
Just matching the throw of Ben Robb at the moment, just hoping for a mistake to
96.
come, and that will come in the form of a trebleless visit, which at the moment Ben Robb doing his task.
100. 60.
Up next is Simon Adams against Marco Kantele.
43.
Well, there was the
Ben, you
mistake
require
that Steve West was waiting
145.
for from Ben Robb, and he wasn't able to capitalise. Giving Ben Robb 6 darts here. The 145 for the match. Going to need that
93.
second visit. When he comes back for 52, it's going to be for the match. What can West apply in terms of pressure?
60. Ben, you require 52.
Make it 4 legs on the spin.
Game
and he
shot
finds
and
the
the
double
match.
16
Ben
in a
Robb.
very, very good performance in the end from Ben Robb. But, well, Steve created his own undoing there, missing multiple opportunities to lead 3-0. It's Robb who takes the spoils. As you can see, West with the higher average. 4 180s for Westy. Not enough, just 2 from 9 on the doubles. When we come back, it will be Simon Adams against Marco Kantele.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it's the big wig that tops the pile going into day 2. Ben Robb with a victory against Steve West before the break by 4 legs to 2, which sees him top the pile and incidentally put Steve West down to 3rd on legs difference. Jeffrey de Graaf getting the leap and jump. But Simon Adams can put himself in that equation himself. A victory here against Marco Kantele will see him on to 6 points. Whereas if Marco can win this game, this table really will bunch up following the first day's action. Chris and Matt are down in comms for our final game of the day.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, big game for both players. Opportunity for Kantele just to close the gap. That leading group. Chance for Simon Adams to leapfrog Steve West and take 3rd position. Remember, after 3 days of action, the winner of this Group A straight into Saturday night's final. Positions 2 and 3 go into Group B. 4, 5 and 6 into Group C, which is played Thursday afternoon and evening, and Friday afternoon and evening.
First leg,
if you
it's
don't win
Simon
Group
to throw
A,
first.
you want to be in Group B because
Game
it's only a 5-player field and 3 from 5 qualify.
What we've got here as well is we've got a flip-flop in the odds. Before play started today, Marco Kantele was your 4 to 6 favourite to win this match. But as the day has gone on, the performance of Simon Adams has drawn attention, and he's now going off as odds-on favourite for this match.
Wow. That's a real shift. So there's been a fair few quid for
140.
Simon Adams. Back up at 107 average, did he? It was a
121.
It was a decent enough performance, has to be said. Averaged 88.62 in the end in that one, but it was a bit of a late surge by him that he trailed 2-0 and then got it back to 2-2. Jeffrey ran away with it.
It's always hard when you're on debut and you put something big in like a 107 to come and back that up, because it's no longer about what you can do, it's about trying to replicate, isn't it?
Yeah, that's another weird element to the game. You think you go up there and have a personal best average, certainly in recorded darts, and then
171.
you're right, you almost feel like you've got to reproduce that.
144.
Rather than being full of confidence, thinking, wow, that was brilliant, you put pressure on yourself to do it all over again.
40.
We're a weird breed,
Marco,
aren't
you
we,
require
humans?
94.
Yep. Lots of confusing layers. I'm not on about clothes. An 11 darter.
Game
In it
shot on
goes.
the first
Beautiful leg
Marco
from Kantele.
Kantele. Second leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
Statement leg there from Marco, reminding us all of the quality he possesses, the reason he's played in so many world championships, played on both codes, the BDO and on the PDC.
And has been part of the World Cup as well, hasn't he?
Many occasions.
Yeah.
$180.
First max to Adams. What a riposte.
11 times he has represented Finland in the PDC World Cup. 9 in a row dating back to 2015.
140.
Oh, there's many players with that many consecutive appearances.
Especially when you date back to the first time we ever really saw Marco Kantele was when he reached the last 16 of the World Masters back in 1997.
Wow. Was approaching the height of my powers around then.
97.
Player I recall playing.
Beautiful first start there. Leaves plenty of room to the right. When he starts lie
130.
quite flat, it was quite
Simon, you
inviting
require
there for
84.
Kantele.
'79. Oh, double 11. Great recovery dart. And a great dart
Shot
at the
on the
double.
second leg,
12
Simon
darter.
Adams.
It's some game.
But we have to have an answer to the hand celebration, don't we, for tomorrow? We've
Third
got to get
leg,
that
it's
covered.
Simon to throw first. Game on.
We just need to know.
'76.
I suppose his hand's throwing the dart. Maybe he's saying thank you very much or something. Or congratulating the throwing hand.
99. '83.
Our hands have been throwing a lot of darts. 44 years he's been playing this game. Proving once again age is no barrier to this sport.
Yep, one of the few
100.
sports that can be played at the highest level. The age. Hitler being the prime example. When you think of someone like
100.
Peter Wright, didn't win his first world title until he was 49.
Was it Glenn Durrant? Didn't win a single title even locally till he was, what, 42, wasn't it?
92.
That's remarkable, isn't it?
'41.
Both players still averaging over 100. High quality game to end the day. This will be your first fixture tomorrow, as well as the fixtures reverse and we go back through the card in the opposite order we had it today.
60.
Yeah, and the players
Simon,
who
you require
had the throw today
121.
don't get the throw tomorrow.
Which means tomorrow's match number 2 might be one you've got to tune in for. Steve West versus Ben Robb, because
43.
Ben Robb can get that victory there.
Marco,
He'll
you
go 4
require
points clear there of
150.
the favourite to win the group.
Chance to make a move tomorrow. Could stay. He does. Double 15.
Game shot on the third
Wow.
leg, Marco Kantele.
Where has this performance come from? From Marco.
Fourth leg, it's Marco to throw first. Game on.
112.74 the average for Marco. Simon, 101.62.
When we look through the day so far of Kantele, he started off with a
58.
66 in defeat. He got his only victory of the day in match number 2 with an 89. Then he's been around the 83, 84 mark for the last couple of matches. This sizable
60.
difference. And he's making it look like it's at ease.
Well, there's nothing really forced about this performance.
97.
Seeing a lot today where players are leaving these mid 300s where they're still keeping
55.
themselves away from a maximum being ineffective to the finish.
Yeah. We're seeing that a lot of the younger players and the elite level players, they're aware of that. They rarely, I suppose it's a bit like snooker, you're so many shots ahead. But the younger players, the
95.
level of math applied Our sport is quite phenomenal.
$140.
Beautiful shot there from Simon Adams to put himself back in this leg and give himself a little bit of hope of trying to get back his throw.
Just keeps a bit of pressure on Marco. Because he does have like a
39.
stacking dart. You go anywhere near the previous dart, you'll take the energy off. They're not bounce outs, they're actually just fallouts, aren't they? The point's not making it to the board.
42.
Especially when you've got this all-in-one system
Yep, no
nowadays.
give.
That energy's got to go somewhere when you clatter into them.
$140.
Good recovery there after the 39. Sets himself up on a handy 2 dart for a player that's preferred this section of the board, the 16s.
100. Marco, you require 72.
72 is a nice lead. It gives you plenty of options.
That wasn't one of them.
That wasn't one of them either.
32.
Well, he got there in the end. Left
Simon, you
himself
require
on top, but now
104.
Simon is in a position. 1 treble away. A double to level us up. This will be a breaker throw and make himself favourite once again for the match.
80. Marco, you require 40.
Never stop smiling all day, Simon.
Game
Regardless
shot
of
on
the
the fourth
situation.
flag,
I think
Marco Kantele.
enjoys pressure. And you get people like that. People that do bungee jumping and different activities. People that just like feeling under stress.
Fifth leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Yeah.
Game
Some
on.
people just love that competitive environment. We're looking at one of them here. Pretty made a bit of a statement today with that
26.
107 average, the highest average of the day so far. The point in this match where it looked like that was going to get smashed, but at the moment, Kantele averaging 101.53.
140.
Still very, very tidy. 91.2 for Adams.
$132.
Been a very, very impressive debut for him.
$137.
Situation where player is on a number that can't
45.
be completed in 6 darts. So, with 6 darts from 2-4 at least. We'll win this tie convincingly.
$140. $81. Marco, you require 84.
No pressure on the 84. And for 11 darter. 16. Stay there.
52.
Leave his favoured 32.
$180. Marco, you require 32.
The match. Now there's pressure.
Game shot.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's in, and
Marco
it is in. It
Kantele.
finds the corner, much to the amusement of Simon Adams, who put in a very good performance himself. 94.25 the average for him. Kantele, 104.14. A very, very good performance, and 4 out of 4 on the doubles, including that wonderful 150 checkout. Well, for all the roundup of today's action and a look at the table, let's join the boys up on the balcony.
Thank you so much, Chris, and what a performance that was for Marco Kantele to round off our day. But in general, Matt, do you think we've seen, maybe Ben Robb aside, the best and worst of everybody today?
Yeah, it is day one. You're going to get that. The winning line for this group is so far away that it's going to be so hard to keep that level of concentration all the way through. You can't really win it today, but you can lose it. So there's always just that little bit dangling over the top of you. But I think we've seen enough from the players today to suggest we're going to get a real good finale to this group come Wednesday.
Well, this is what we saw today. These are the results from our 15 matches. That's the final game between Marco Kantele and Simon Adams. And some really good averages there. 104 for Kantele. And we saw 107 early on in the day from Simon Adams in that 4-1 win against Ben Robb in match 4. Some really impressive moments. A really interesting opening day's worth of action. We're going to dissect it now up here on the balcony. And I want to begin with Steve West, because we know what his record's like here at the Super Series, and the fact that he's made it through to 3 Champions Weeks in the 3 series he's played. He'll become the first player to make it through to 4 Champions Weeks. We saw some great moments for him, saw a 1-3-6 highlight, but we also saw moments, especially in that early game against Simon Adams, where there's still maybe a little bit of ring rust in there.
I'm not sure so much ring rust. I think that's more to do with the time of day that game came. I don't think Steve West, we know the issues Steve West faces, and the fact he's able to play darts as well as he is a credit to him, considering the issues that he's going through health-wise. We know that that's coming to the end soon, with the surgery finally coming round for Steve West. I just don't think the early mornings are going to suit him, and I think maybe he's going to struggle in that early fixture, and then he'll warm into it throughout the day, which he did today. So that means tomorrow's opening fixture against Ben Robb could be a bit of a problem. Maybe the wrong time and the wrong player for Steve West.
Well, Steve West is in that top portion of the table, as is Jeffrey de Graaf. Now, we'll wonder what we're going to get from him on his first day at the Super. We've seen him play on the Euro Tour in 2023, and it looks like the type of player that was making it through to World Trophy finals around about a decade ago.
It did at the back end of the day. At the start of the day, I thought this was going to be a long week for Jeffrey de Graaf if he doesn't sort this out, because he's not one of these players like a debutant who comes here and you go, well, OK, we'll see how he gets on. And yes, he's not producing or performing early on, so maybe he'll warm into it. He's a player that we've got expectation of because of what he's done in other arenas. So when he comes here and he's throwing those 79 averages, it's like, this ain't good enough, Jeffrey. We expect higher. And then he found it. The back end of the day, brilliant. And that's what he'll remember. He'll forget about the start of it, and that'll just be, he'll put that down to purely just trying to settle in and find his feet.
And as far as players like Jeffrey are concerned, and as we know, 4 in this field are going to be playing at Alexandra Palace in a couple of weeks' time. As much as this is good match practice for them ahead of that particular occasion, is there also a fear that if things don't go wrong here, all the good prep you've done, all the good you had, you're then going into your biggest event of the year with confidence a little bit down?
Potentially not, because this is a different format. This is great when it's going well, and when it's not, you can find reasons. You can say, oh, it didn't go well because the long days. It didn't go well because of the start time. I didn't settle quick enough in the matches. That when we're talking about a game at the Alexandra Palace, we're talking 45 minutes to an hour. There's plenty of time to get into that match and get ready. So if you do come away and tell yourself that story, you've got a positive straight away that actually I've got a longer game when I go there, and that will fix the problem. So I genuinely don't see any issues with some this week, whether it's positive or negative. You'll find a way to pick out enough positives, because as a player, that's what you've got to do. You can't just always pick out results. You've got to find positives. Even if 99 things go wrong, find the one thing that goes right, and there's plenty to go right already.
I'll try and do that after every broadcast. Anyway, let's have a look at the big top of the table match. Ben Robb, perhaps the most consistent performer of the day. He's the one on 8 points, having won that game against Steve West right at the end of the session. We gave him the big build-up going into today, and the performances today kind of justified that.
Consistency. I say it all the time. If you want to win at the Super Series, or at least get through to Saturday, when you get through to Saturday, you need something different. But to get out of these groups, consistent play. Ben Robb, absolute perfect model of consistency throughout the day. Was brilliant when he needed to be. That big win against West. If he comes out tomorrow and beats West again, he's going to start becoming hot favourite to win this group.
So, Ben Robb is top of the pile following the first day's fixtures. Jeffrey de Graaf and Steve West in close pursuit in second and third, respectively. Marco Kantele, Simon Adams in fourth and fifth on 4 points, whilst Tony Wood is at the bottom of the pile on 2 points. Now, Simon Adams has had quite the debut day here at the MODUS Super Series, the first ever player from South Africa to play in this tournament in Portsmouth, and he was giving us some real moments to remember as well on his first day, and in particular the celebration after he wins a leg. Now, as you can see there, he's putting his hands out there, and it's a little bit of a give of thanks as far as Simon is concerned. He's very thankful for the opportunity here, and he said he wanted to be a little bit different. He wanted to do something that not many other dart players do before, and this is his unique little quirk. He wants it to be respectful towards his opponents, and you know, in a world where, and particularly within sport, where you have a lot of people that do a lot of the same things, we need different types of characters, and Simon's certainly establishing himself as that.
He's establishing himself that just by the joy of which he plays the game. A lot of the time, certainly here at the Super Series, people come here and they know the prize money they're playing for, £5,000 for the week, £20,000 if you win Champions Week. The prize money becomes sort of overly important to the players, because that's ultimately what they're here for. But you forget as well that the reason we first started playing darts was because it was a game and it was fun. Simon remembers that very fondly, despite the fact he's played for 44 years, and he's loving his experience here, and it's really coming across.
Yeah, 44 years he's waited to play at the Super Series, and he's made the most of every single second of it. Well, I only have to wait 24 hours to work with you again tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the 23 hours and 59 minutes. See you in the morning, Matt. Enjoy today?
It's been a great day, and I think this has really set us up for a cracking finale to this group.
Well, we shall see what happens on Moving Day Tuesday tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. on the Super Series YouTube channel, to establish who is going to be the favourite going into Wednesday's conclusion to Group A here at the Super Series. But as far as day one is concerned here in Portsmouth, well, it is Big Rig who has climbed to the top.